Um, are there any other modifications to the consent calendar, Steve?
No, I think everything else is holding firm.
Okay, all right. Then I will now take comments from board members on cases on consent.
Chair Heath, I have comments on cases A, C, and L, which sounds like knee surgery, I guess, but have A, C, and L.
Right.
Uh,
Yes.
I have comments on. I'm a little bit.
Okay.
I'm sad to see a deferral of B because it is one incredible building. Second Empire is pretty spectacular. But those are the
Mhm.
that I have comments on, and none
Okay.
of them are that I don't agree that they should be approved. They're mostly just clarifications on them, and maybe some minor questions for staff. Well, one
Okay.
not
Do
minor.
you want to start with A?
Yeah. So for A, one of the things I noted is on Vernon Street. There's sort of an odd dormer up at the roof, and it seems to be either clad with wood or aluminum siding, or maybe originally clad with wood, but I didn't notice any particular description about it as a roof feature in the nomination. And I might have just missed it, but I just like to have staff just look at that again and be sure that that's mentioned, just because it is somewhat of a departure, I think, from the style of the general style of the building. But it looks like it was always there and original. And then in C, the question I have on C is relative to the period of significance. Right now, the period of significance ends in 1974 in the nomination, not in 1997. And I noticed that staff commented on use of the National Register guidance about determination of significance within a 50-year period. And I wondered if that, I guess maybe I haven't been using it correctly, but when I've used that, it's been buildings that start their inception within that 50-year period, not end their period of significance within that period. But I think that the sale of the building, the long sale of the building would end the period of significance in 1997. But maybe it's a question, if staff's available to comment on that, might help to clarify it.
And I let Tim know if he could join us, but I
Okay.
don't see him on. So I'm going to have to defer that
Okay.
for now.
And maybe, I don't know if any of my other colleagues on the boards have an opinion about that uh, in reading it. And the only other comment I have is on item L, which is in the Walter Reed Army Medical College Historic District, just to say that it is really clear that the guidelines were used. And I just wanted to give some positive reinforcement for that.
Great. I'm sure that positive reinforcement is appreciated.
So the only outstanding thing is whether the period of significance for item C should extend to 1997 rather than end in 1994. But I don't, 1974, I don't want to hold up the nomination because I think it could be extended as a matter, an administrative matter that follows. But I do have the question about whether it should extend to 1997 and not 1974.
Steve, can we handle that as an administrative matter later?
Yeah, it may be that we were trying to avoid having to argue for exceptional significance, which if a property is less than 50 years old, it has a higher threshold at the National Register. And so we cut it off at 1974 to be within the 50-year time frame. I don't know that to be absolutely the case because we didn't discuss that. Oh, Kim Williams is just chiming in saying I am correct. So yes, it was to avoid having to make the argument for exceptional significance, which is a higher bar. It's not to say that the period of significance could not be extended at some point in the future, but we were merely sticking with the National Register criteria or standard that provides slightly different standards for buildings that are less than 50 years old versus that are more than 50 years old.
Gretchen, you're muted.
except that this building is more than 50 years old. I mean, there are additions to it that are newer than 50 years, but the building itself dates to
Sure,
1857.
sure. Yeah, but it's the period of significance. I mean, we often have, you know, we almost always have buildings that are more than 50 years old, but the period of significance is the designated period for which the building is deemed significant. And if that period of significance extends to less than 50 years, then there is a higher standard to make.
Does that?
No,
no.
no, I don't agree with it, but I don't want to stop it from being nominated because definitely I think it needs to be nominated as one of the few remaining sort of Americanized versions of Chinese stylized architecture that remains in Chinatown. So I think having it go to 1974 rather than nothing is certainly better. And I think it merits being a landmark, definitely up to 1974. I just think it also merits continuing the period of significance to 1997 because the building exists and the family still owned the building after that period. Granted, their significance of the family diminished during that time, but they still had ownership of the building. And that I think is a major change once they sell the building. But I don't know.
Well, we can why don't we can take that into account, and we have not forwarded to the National Register yet. You all are making a recommendation that it meets National Register designation criteria as well as local designation criteria. And so we can take that into account and look at the nomination accordingly.
Okay, yeah, because I definitely agree. It merits both local and National Register. I just think the period of significance should be longer. So that's why I think it's more of an administrative thing.
Okay. Any other comments from board members on consent cases?
Yeah, Chair Heath, I guess I just had a question on letter L as well. It's a little ambiguous from the staff report exactly what we're approving. The report says we're only voting on the subdivision, but there are other parts that suggest we are approving the concept and construction. So I wonder if staff could clarify that.
Yeah, this is a case that is subject to review both by the Commission of Fine Arts because it's adjacency to Rock Creek Park, so it's captured under the Shipstead Luce Act, which gives review authority to the Commission of Fine Arts. This project has actually been to the Commission of Fine Arts twice. Our staff participates in that review process, both with staff and testifying before the commission. Under the board's regulations, the board can simply accept the recommendations of the Commission of Fine Arts and not do a second dual review, which we are recommending essentially in this case. However, the Commission of Fine Arts's jurisdiction does not extend to subdivisions, which under the preservation law, the review board does have the authority to review and comment on subdivisions. So as a procedural matter, we need for the board at the very least to comment and approve the proposed subdivision because that has not been reviewed by the Commission of Fine Arts. It's just outside of their jurisdiction. If the board does want to comment on the broader project, you certainly can, but you don't need to if you find the materials provided and the direction that the project's been going to be acceptable.
Thank you, Steve. That's really helpful. So just to be explicit, we're voting on the subdivision and to accept the recommendations of the CFA.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, well then I will make a motion that we approve cases A through L with the exception of B, with the comments that have been made by the board and ask for a second.
I'll second.
All right, thanks. So since there's been a second, is there any further discussion? Then all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Anyone oppose? All right, then the motion carries, and we're ready to move to our full agenda for the day. The first case on our agenda, House of Mercy, has been deferred to May 23rd, so we'll see that come back to us next month. We do have a request for reconsideration, and so this is a case that the board has voted on previously. It's being asked to be that vote has been asked to be reconsidered. We have also been asked by our attorney if we'd like to go into executive session. We need to take a vote on that as a board. So I will make a motion that we go into executive session before voting on or accepting the request for reconsideration. Is there a second?
I'll
Okay,
second it.
thanks, Matt. Then all those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All right. So, unlike previous times, we don't need to sign out from this meeting. We will call in. So board members should have the number to call in for the executive session, and we will return once we complete that session. Thanks.
I'm doing fine. I have a couple of notes because
We had a "you're not muted," just so you know.
Muted.
Good morning again. We've concluded our executive session and the board is ready to come back to our second case, the request for consideration of 425 4th Street Northeast. This is a case that the board voted on previously. There was a request for the board to reconsider our decision. Make sure board members are back. Just state for the record that because only myself, board member Failer, board member Bell, and board member Auerbach were a part of this case, we are the only board members who will be voting on this reconsideration. And so is there a motion from any board member to reconsider? Do I hear any motion? Okay. So if there is no motion from a board member to reconsider the case, then their board is essentially denying the reconsideration with the understanding that we don't see that there's been any new evidence presented such that the board should reconsider our previous decision. All right. Then with that, we are ready to move to our next case, which is in the 16th Street Historic District at 1900 and 1902 16th Street. Would the staff like to make your presentation first?
Sure. Good morning. This is Steve, and this is a project that involves two properties at the corner of 16th and T Northwest. As you see them on the screen here, 1900 16th Street is a two-story building, as is 1902. 1900 was built as a corner store. Both of the buildings are somewhat unusual for the 16th Street Historic District, which we mostly think of as in terms of the grand mansions and apartment buildings and churches and such that were developed to provide a great sort of entrance to down to the White House. However, these two buildings are representative of the very first wave of development before 16th Street was a grand avenue, and these were really at the outskirts of the city at the time. They were both built in the 1870s. It appears that 1900 was built as a corner store, which also makes it unique in the historic district. It is the only commercial building in the historic district. More conventional
Steve, you're-
wood cornice. So go ahead. Sorry.
Steve, you're breaking up. I don't know if that's just on my end or if
It did for me too.
It's consistent across the board.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. I will try and speak closer to the mic and hope that works.
Okay.
Can you hear me better now?
We can. I'm not sure why it was breaking up, but yeah, now it's working. So
Okay.
hopefully that will continue.
Okay, great. So as you'll see in the photographs, 1900 suffered a partial collapse almost 4 or 5 years ago now, and went through a protracted change in ownership. So the current owner was not the owner at the time of the collapse. As you see, the side wall of the building completely fell in, and it has subsequently pulled the structure, the floor and roof assemblies, away from the party wall and from the remaining facade of the building. The Department of Buildings, working with the Historic Preservation Office, worked with the owner at the time to shore up the building as best as possible. And as I say, there was a protracted change in ownership that has finally come to fruition. Um, uh, because of this very deteriorated condition, and I don't know how many of you all were able to get to the site, it's pretty, while I think we were all hopeful that perhaps some portion of this building, and particularly the facade, could be retained, it's really unlikely that that's feasible. The applicants have recognized that this is an unusual building and has a lot of character to it, and so they have developed a proposal that calls for essentially recreating the facade of the building, reusing salvaged elements, the wood cornices for the storefront and for the top of the building, and replicating the scored stucco cladding of the building, as well as the storefront. The building would be expanded in the back. It would rise to 3 stories after about a 12-foot setback from the reconstructed front piece and facade. For 1902, the applicants had initially looked at combining 1902 with 1900, but they've moved away from that. It would simply be renovated as a duplex, or as a dual property with 2 units in it, rather. There is a proposal to add a 3rd floor addition, also set back 12 feet from the face of the building. As you'll see later in the presentation, there was a mock-up done of that, and the roof addition would be quite visible. The proposal also calls for a fair amount of demolition of the building. While the floor assemblies would be retained, the rear wall of the building and the roof are proposed for removal. Under the board's regulations, this amount of removal constitutes demolition under the law. And so we are recommending that the extent of demolition be reduced further by retaining the roof structure. As well, we are not recommending approval of the rooftop addition because it will be quite visible. It will change the apparent height and mass and roof line of the building. There's no real way to hide a roof addition on a building of this height, so we're recommending simply that the building be renovated without a 3rd floor addition, which we believe is consistent with the guidance that the board has consistently given for roof additions on row houses that are visible from street view. For 1900, we are recommending approval of the general concept for reconstruction of the front portion of the building and for a taller 3-story rear portion of the building. We've worked with the applicants to refine the design, unifying some of the fenestration, and we feel like we've come out in a pretty good place. But of course, we're seeking the board's direction on whether further work needs to be done. It is somewhat unfortunate that the 60% lot occupancy restriction prevents the building from being able to be pushed further, the footprint further back on the site, which is very typical, of course, of corner sites that cover more than 60% of their lot. But apparently the zoning administrator's office is not prepared to allow for even the existing lot coverage to be maintained, and the applicants have chosen not to seek relief from the lot occupancy requirements, just due to the time and expense of doing that. Given all of that, this has obviously been a neighborhood problem and eyesore for many years now, and I think people are very eager to see some action taken. So we are recommending approval of the general concept with the provisions outlined in the staff report for further development as it relates to 1900, we're particularly asking for a little bit more of a specific salvage and preservation plan on ensuring that the reconstructed facade of the building reuses the historic features and accurately replicates the appearance of the building. With that, I'll turn it over to the applicants to walk you through the plans.
Great, thank you, Steve. Hello, this is Nika Shelton. Can we go to maybe just the cover sheet? I just want to just kind of quickly run through what we're proposing or what the scope of work is. Excuse me.
We have this as the cover sheet here, the site plan.
Oh, okay. There's a page before that. It's fine. I can just briefly kind of discuss what it is. So as you mentioned, we are reviewing two buildings, 1900 and 1902, as you can see on the site plan. 1900 is the corner, and 1902 is the neighboring property. So for 1900, we are proposing to demo most of the remaining structure except for the front wall. As you also mentioned, we are proposing to keep the decorative friezes to be refurbished and then to be replaced. Because it is a corner building, we are requesting to renovate the entire structure and convert it to a single family dwelling. For 1902, we also want to do a partial demo of the rear walls, some of the floor and framing. We are proposing to renovate the structure and do a third floor addition. With a third floor addition, we're hoping to have more people enjoy this property for all of its historical references and convert it to a two-family dwelling. And that can really only be done if we add that comfortably, if we add that third floor. So for transparency, we have begun the application for the demo and for the addition, and we are here obviously asking for permission to complete those applications and move forward with that scope. So if we can, this is the existing site plan, yep, and this is the demo. This is our proposed demo plan. I don't know if you guys can see, it's a little faint, but we're looking at the cellar, the first floor and the second floor for both 1900 and 1902. As you can see in these, under the cellar on the far left, we're proposing to demo portions of the rear and the side wall, the corner wall. Under the first floor, the exterior, sorry, on the first floor, we're also proposing to demo this area in the front, as well as the rear, the stairs. And then moving to the second picture, the second, okay, yeah. So we're looking at the proposed cellar plan and first floor plan, where I'm gonna just pull it up on my screen. It's a little difficult to see. So we're looking at proposing a bedroom on the first floors of 1900 and 1902. There's a full bathroom. We're hoping to do just renovate or keep the paved areaway in the rear. The first one on 1900, the storage and mechanical / laundry will be there. When we look at the second, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the cellar floor for the bedroom and the full bath and the storage / mechanical room and laundry. If we look
You
to
can
the
keep going. Where the program is less important.
okay,
The structure that you're maintaining.
okay, so just overall breadth, we're doing 2 bedrooms on each floor, and then if we go to the proposed roof plan, yep, we're hoping to do a roof deck, and then the third story addition, obviously for 1902. If you want to move forward, we're looking at elevations. So here we can see the proposed elevation for 1900, where we're keeping the stucco, and we're hoping for 1902, we can see the rooftop deck and the addition as well. If we look on the right side, we see the rear addition, the rear proposed elevation. where we're proposing the painted concrete board panels and stucco to keep with the existing look. We can just skip to the renderings because these are just section details. Close to the last slide or second to last slide. So in the renderings, we see 1900 as a single family dwelling, and then the proposed addition setback 12 feet as mentioned. And that's pretty much it. And then the last slide is the rear elevation rendering showing the proposed parking and rear of the homes. Okay. Are there any questions or concerns?
Good morning. This is Ray Izadi. Hello.
We can hear you, Ray.
Good morning. This is Ray Izadi, project architect. I'm here present with Ms. Vida Taj, the property owner. She has purchased this property nearly 2 years ago, and we have been struggling to get these permits going so we could build this, I guess, beautiful building and clean up the sites. And we greatly appreciate the assistance that Steve has given us during this past year and a half to get the building to the design that we want to be there. I know that the only issue or the main issue is the third floor item added to the 1902. We did have the rendering, which are done pretty accurately. Maybe you can show the next page, Eneka, sheet photo 2. Yeah, and then, yeah, in this page, and also we have the addition on the third floor. We did the mock-up from our side of the street. The addition in the 1902 is not visible, but if we go further back across the street, it is going to be visible no matter what we build there. We have lowered the roof, the ceiling on the 1902 to 7-foot ceiling. And we believe that although you can see the line of the building, but it really is not going to be visible as an addition to this floor. And the fact that the 1900 is also goes up even higher a little bit, and this one is sitting right next to it, I greatly appreciate if you consider having that partial third floor, which is just basically one bedroom, has set back 12 feet and has set back from the side another 3 to 4 feet. So it's just one bedroom added to the third floor to make it at least a half decent home and make this huge financial burden that Ms. Vida Taj is handling, make it a little bit more workable. So we greatly appreciate. I know it's not a typical permit to add the third floor, but this third floor is really not as visible and it's mostly a line in the back, and we have tried to keep it as low as possible. So we appreciate your consideration. With that, I'll be happy to answer any question. Thank you.
Thank you. Does that conclude your presentation?
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am. Thank you.
All right, great. Any questions from the board at this time?
Yeah, I have one. Is one of the BZA issues the rear yard setback line?
The rear yard setback line, it's not a BZA issue. We already set back, we built 60% of the lot, and we have more than the rear yard setback that is required because we could only build 60% of it.
So it's a lot coverage issue.
Yes,
and
it's mostly the
you would
lot
have to get
coverage
an
issue.
exemption.
Yeah.
You would have to get it.
Yeah, originally we wanted to keep the existing building footprint at 1900, which is about 80% and we wanted to keep it that way because it will provide a continuous line along T Street and give us the edge that we want. But unfortunately, the zoning administrator, didn't agree, and we have been, so we went back So we added a third floor to give a presence to the corner of the building. This is the smallest building in that property corner. So having that image of the third floor, and we also did a solid wall continuing the line, so we could keep the edge on the T Street. So rear yard addition was never a problem. It was just the lot coverage 60%.
Thank you.
Great. Other questions?
Yep, I have a couple of
Go ahead,
questions just
Chris.
to understand the full extent of the demolition. So for 1900, you're keeping the brick masonry of the facade and the party wall between 1900 and 1902. Is that correct?
We are keeping the party wall between 1900 and 1902, but unfortunately, we won't be able to keep the front facade of 1900 because it's an old masonry concrete wall which is cracked and settled down. So we are, taking account of all the decoration pieces, taking them down, restoring them, and putting them back up on a new wall.
When you say cracked, is it about to collapse?
Yes, it is about to collapse. If you move those steel frames that have been there for a few years, the
Mhm.
minute you move them, it's going to collapse.
And then in 1900, you're saving the
That's a
mason-
1900.
Oh, I'm sorry, 1902. Thank you. 1902, you're keeping the masonry of the
We're
facade.
keeping everything. Yeah, we are only,
Just the facade, right? Nothing else behind it, though.
yes, we're keeping the party walls, we're keeping the front facade, and we are keeping the existing floor on the first and the second floor almost all the way to the back. But we're turning the back wall and going back about 6 or 7 feet.
And in your new concept, are you putting the stair in 1902 where the stair was before?
In the 1902, no, we're closing the stairs between the first floor and the basement. The exterior stairs will remain what it is in the 1902. If you're
the-
talking about the exterior stairs, or
I'm talking about the interior because I'm concerned about floor
yes,
frame.
the stair will remain what it is
Okay.
in the same location, correct?
So these are new facades on 1900, right?
Yeah.
Totally
Yes.
new.
1900 is a new facade, but basically is a rebuilt of the existing facade on the 16th Street side. We're replicating it completely.
And using some of the existing materials?
Yes, we are, especially the two friezes on the top and the bottom, and some of the friezes above the windows. We are taking the same one and we're gonna refurbish them, clean them, put them back up.
Steve, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Have we ever had a case? This is kind of rebuilding the facade, right? I mean, it's totally going to be new. Has there ever been a case where something like is this the same as if let's imagine there was a different history here and there was a side elevation and a front facade that survived all this stuff, and the owner and the architect were putting this addition and modifications on it. We would have a certain approach to making it a 3-story building that would be the result of a deliberation about compatibility with the historic resource, right? That would be how we would look at it or have looked at it in the past.
Right.
To your way of thinking, has there been a sort of situation like this where it's totally new and rebuilt and it matches much of what was there, but the addition was quite distinct? In other words, I'm staring at this side elevation here, and I'm wondering if you all ever had a discussion of that one. If you all ever had a discussion of making the front bay, the first window there, compatible with the front facade, but then making the 3-story piece look quite different and distinct, given the fact that these are recreations and whatnot. Does everybody, you see where I'm going with that?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, and actually, we pushed to a certain extent in that direction when I think the last iteration of the plan called for replicating the front windows, which are the arched windows with the sort of corbelled headers over them, onto the side elevation. And we encouraged, it's like, no, why don't we just go with a differentiated window, albeit this is a very traditional window still. It's something that is different than what is on the front, to not bring the front facade elevation around to the side. Maybe it has another generation to go to further distinguish it, so that there's not this sense of the front, the architecture of the front piece wrapping around to the new side.
Yeah, that's sort of where one thing that occurs to me is there a way to kind of reconstruct those front and side pieces, but make the 3 bays, the big bay and the 2 bays on either side, quite distinct from the reconstructed piece, so that one does not confuse the two things, almost as if it almost reads as a separate house or something.
Mhm.
You know?
Yeah, and that was sort of the conversation we had about the 3-story bay and the element to the left of it. That's actually sort of the proportion of a 3-story bay-fronted row house. That if we could maybe get another
Right.
window in on the 3rd floor above the 2nd floor window on the left-hand side, then you've got a composition there that really is sort of a traditional row house. And you think, okay, that's a row house that's adjacent to this other piece. That sort of conceptual composition is thrown off a little bit by the piece that's to the 3rd-story piece that's to the right of the projecting bay, which kind of gloms on to the 2-story piece.
Right. But if there was a line, just thinking out loud, if there was some visible line of distinction between the 3-story piece and the 2-story piece, where the reconstructed part ends and this new piece begins, either through a material distinction or something else, how would we look at that? Because it does strike me that, given that this is a kind of totally, if it was not reconstructed and if it was existing facade and we were looking at that, would be one conversation. But I think this is slightly a different animal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is sort of betwixt and between, an historic building and the desire to retain or replicate the character that contributes to 16th Street, while at the same time, essentially a new construction project that wants to relate to the 3-story height that's prevalent in the neighborhood elsewhere,
Right.
to get that additional density.
Yeah. I think I think, to my way of thinking, there's something there, which right now, because the addition seamless with the 2-story piece, and it passes prologue, the way we've looked at that is that, it looks like a 3-story addition onto what was originally a 2-story piece. I wonder if there's some sort of further evolution of this idea that could help. Okay, that's, my thoughts, my questions.
Well, I appreciate, Matt, for your comment, and we did try that. We tried many different schemes, but at the end of the day, the fact of the matter that this is such a small building, each floor plan of that is roughly about 500-600 square feet. It's quite small. So, and the whole building isn't that big. So we try to keep it all as one concept design rather than trying to show.
Yeah, I
No,
hear
no,
what
no,
you're
no,
saying.
not that path, yeah.
I hear what you're saying, but
We have few other schemes I could share them with you later on. We've done like 3 or 4 different ideas, but I think this last one we were quite happy with. It was nice, solid, and it's more uniform and coherent than trying to make one little piece old and new, modern, and I don't know, but we like the building. I hope you guys like it and you let us build both of them the way they are. I appreciate it.
Well, if you heard what I said, what I'm trying to do is to see if there's a way, in talking with Steve, to sort of keep a 3-story piece, but make it look different than the 2-story piece there as a different facade piece. That's sort of, I'm not sure you understood where I was going with talking with Steve.
We will be more than happy to work further on the details of the building to make it a better building and take your ideas and greatly appreciate it. So if we could keep moving with the project, because we've been held up quite a bit, first zoning and now, historic took a long time. So if we could keep going and there are ways that we could improve it, we'll be more than happy to do it and deliver you a better product that you guys like.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions from the board? I believe we have somebody representing DuPont Circle Conservancy.
Actually, Marnique, we got a notice that Rick Bush was not going to testify after all.
Got it.
But he
Okay.
was just asking you all to refer to the letter that they sent earlier this week or late last week.
Okay, perfect. Yes, that letter is in the file. So board members have it, a letter of support generally. Supporting the staff report. And then we also have an A&C letter of support in the record. So then if there are no other questions from the board, since there's no testimony today, is the board ready to deliberate? All right. Okay. Then I'll ask that board members turn on their cameras. All right. And we can start with, well, we could take them together as 1900 and 1902 or as separate. Does anyone want to start?
I guess I just have I guess I do have a question of
Sure.
Steve relative to the demolition of the facade of 1900. I know that it said in the report, and certainly the applicants are promoting the demolition of it. When I go by and look at it, it's not in good shape. Certainly, when I went to look at it with all the temporary shoring that's there, but I just wondered, is there any opportunity, and what is it? Who made the determination that it couldn't, without even a significant amount of reconstruction, just be rebuilt?
Good morning. We
Yeah.
had
Ray, hold on just 1 second. Okay. We've actually been monitoring the building pretty carefully over the past 4 or 5 years since the collapse of the sidewall. And the amount of structural cracking in the facade, the remaining facade, that's evident in the stucco and in the underlying brick. It's only the facade is only 2 widths thick as opposed to 3. And the extent of cracking that is evident in the photographs, as well as the pull of the from when the sidewall collapsed, the pull of the joists of the floor and roof assemblies, you can see how it's sort of pulled back some of that first width of brick. So I just think it's unlikely that it's
Okay.
going to be able to. I just think it's going to have to be reconstructed. I don't see how.
Completely reconstructed. Yeah. And then
Yeah.
Steve, how long it's been under this ownership? Has this owner owned it for some time?
No, this is a
new
new
owner.
owner that's owned it. It was jointly owned by several family members when the collapse happened. Without getting into all the specifics of it, it finally, through a protracted case, the ownership was collected by the current owner, and is prepared to actually move forward with addressing the problem.
Okay. So they don't have been on sort of the radar for demolition by neglect, which is notoriously not so effective in DC. But
Yeah, and actually, I mean, the collapse actually happened when the building was occupied.
Yeah, I
It was still,
remember that.
it
Yeah.
was still running as a corner store. I don't think the second floor was occupied,
No.
but it was completely in operation. So, very dangerous condition. And the sidewall actually had been largely reconstructed at some point in the early 20th century.
But not put into the floor, right? That's what I think I remember. It was
Right.
just
Yes.
built up, right? They just built a
Yes.
brick wall and not connected to the building. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I remember that. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, Monique.
Well, just to throw some things out there, in 1902, when I look at the section, it would be nice to know where the head height issues are there, but it looks like there may be some room to push the third floor level back. I don't know for sure, but there's no indication about the relationship between the stairs and the head height issues, and it would be useful to know that, because when I look at this, I sort of think maybe there is a way to kind of push that wall back a little bit and see what that does to the visibility of the third floor. I think I sort of indicated where my sense is. I sort of think we shouldn't vote and ask them to go back and give them some design things. I think 1900 though, design thinking 1900. I actually think, given the fact that these are reconstructed facades and whatnot, I think if you turn the corner with one bay and then had a significant change, either color, material, or some different kind of representation, and made that facade look like its own entity there at 3 stories, that to me, my way of thinking, that would preserve the 2-story piece, which would have its own identity, and then the around the corner, the 3rd-story piece would look like its own townhouse. And given the kind of reconstructed nature of this, I would pose that as a possibility.
And you're thinking a 3rd story, Matt, over both 1900 and 1902?
Well, the problem, I can see the problem with 1902 in a sense that, you know, it's intact, the facade's intact. I'm not completely convinced that that 3rd floor couldn't be pushed back a little bit there. You know, I think when I look at the plan and I see that generous closet and stuff there, it just seems like there may be some wiggle room there to do that. You know, and really understand that, and some small adjustments made to make that condition better. In 1900, I think I don't think they're the same issue, by the way, with both of them. To tell you the truth. I think
Yeah, I
they're very
agree.
different issues.
Good morning.
This is board deliberation, so at this point, there's no more discussion by the applicant. All right, so Matt, I tend to agree with you. I think creating some distinction between the 2-story and 3-story on 1900 on that side elevation, I think will strengthen this. That's the piece that I was struggling with as well. So I would also support asking them to come back with some revisions along those lines. I think, you know, if they made it sound like it would be hard for them to reduce any more of the roof addition on 1902, but yeah, your face says it all, Gretchen. I agree. I think if they can push that back, then they could have it. Otherwise, it would go away altogether. So I think it behooves them to look at reducing it. So I guess what I'm saying is I agree with what you're saying, Matt, on both 1900 and 1902.
I would say Chair Heath and Matt Bell. I agree with there's this unfortunate opportunity that's presented itself at 1900 due to this demolition by neglect, essentially, of 1900, right? And I think a 3-story building fits within the context and the immediate adjacency of the other architecture to be compatible within the 16th Street Historic District. I'm glad they're not asking for more. I think that shows some restraint on their part. I do think it would be interesting to see it, the new different than the recreated. Could be an interesting design conversation.
Yeah.
I agree that on 1902, I would like to see more of 1902 retained and no third floor on that building at all as a part of this submission. But I could see, maxing out the third story on 1900 because of what this condition that's happened, because there are other 3-story buildings adjacent. And I don't think it detracts from the retention of the 2 stories at the 2 stories at 1902, 1904, 1906 down the way. I think it clearly reads what the original context was. I'm a little bit concerned about recreating the facade so literally, and maybe creating a sense of false provenance for 1900. But I think, having recreation of the facade and then having a new building behind it and being clear that it's new construction is consistent with the Preservation Act in DC.
Gretchen, when you say you'd like to see them retain more at 1902, are you talking about the roof? Is that's really what Steve referred to?
Yeah.
This staff report. Okay.
Yeah, I agree with the staff report.
Okay. All right. And am I correct in the way they're representing their drawings, they're essentially saying that they're preserving the front facade of 1900 because they're recreating it and using existing materials. Is that the argument?
That's always been a little bit unclear.
Okay.
Between the drawings and what I think, I agree with the architect that feasibly it's just not going to happen to retain that facade. It's a reconstructed facade.
Okay. All right. So we should just think of it as all reconstructed and new.
Correct.
Okay. All right.
It would be nice in 1902 as if they could keep the windows and restore them, not put new windows in. Right now they're showing all those to be demolished as I read the demolition plans, but putting a preservation plan to review that with staff would be very good, I think.
Yes.
Gretchen, do you think a third story on 1902 is possible if it slid back some?
Is it the visibility of it, Gretchen, that you have?
Yeah, it's the visibility.
So if
I just want to be clear that I think I put a photograph in the staff report. The third floor on 1902 is a little bit more visible than is suggested in the renderings. It is quite visible. It's a low sight line. It's a low building.
And especially when you're coming up towards 16th, Steve, I think you'll see it a lot.
Yeah, there's not going to be a way to push that back to make it consistent with the board's standard policy of a non-visible addition.
Got it. Okay. Were there other comments from board members?
Yeah, Marnique, if I could just add a couple of things to the discussion.
Sure.
I guess, well, first of all, I took a look at the I think October submission, and it's definitely come a long way since then. So I appreciate the work being done by the applicant and the board and staff to get us where we are. I think we're really close. I guess what I'm struggling with is just the articulation of the T Street facade on 1900. I agree with Matt's comments about kind of distinguishing between the original building and the third story addition, and especially the articulation of the 3-story bay. I don't know if I'm necessarily recommending any design changes, but what I notice in the immediate context of the district is a number of 2-story bays on 2- and 3-story buildings. So that kind of 2-story language to me seems more compatible. If it's a question of retaining the additional space, the needed space on the 3rd floor, what I find especially jarring in this elevation is that the bay exceeds the height of the cornice of the kind of main block of the building, which just seems kind of wildly incompatible in a historic building. I think that could be lowered, and I think it would look more in keeping with the character of the district. As a 2-story bay or as a 3-story bay that's secondary to kind of the main bulk of the building. I agree with the staff report that there is too much ambiguity in what the drawings represent in terms of retaining the historic features, especially on the east facade of 1900. So I think additional clarification would be helpful there. The other thing I'm not really seeing here is any sort of articulation with the new stucco facade. I think there was maybe written somewhere in the staff report or somewhere that that would be scored kind of an ashlar finish, which I think is present on the existing 1900. And also what I'm not seeing is any sort of expansion joints or anything like that. So I would expect that not to appear in the kind of final building elevation, since those are not shown on the drawing. But I guess that may be something that can be just reviewed by staff at the time of permit, but just a little bit more clarity on whether that would be scored to represent or, you know, to recreate, reconstruct what's there currently, and whether there would be any expansion joints, which, you know, I would just expect not or hope not based on what's being shown here. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. Anyone else have comments?
I would propose that we not vote and just let them take these comments, Moni,
Okay.
you know, cogitate over them.
Yeah, I think that makes sense, Matt. But I think where we are now is that we don't see a path forward for an addition on 1902, following Steve's last comments. So,
Well, I would say if they want to do it, they got to prove that it's meets the visibility or invisibility, as it were, criteria.
sure.
And when I look at that plan, and I see this generous closet and a lot of stuff there that really could be much more compactly composed, I sort of think, well, there's probably a way to do this. You know,
Well, let's let them come back and prove it.
being an optimist.
Okay. All right.
Can
So-
I just, there is one practical issue. There is a demolition permit for 1902 pending for review that the applicants would like to get some feedback on as to whether they can continue processing the demo permit for 1900. And we could limit that to or make it contingent rather on a more specific preservation plan for how the existing elements are going to be salvaged, or you all can decide not to determine whether that's appropriate to move forward with at this meeting and wait for this to come back.
I think I'm leaning towards the first side, contingent on that salvage and preservation plan.
Yeah, I agree with Bill.
Okay. All right. So, Steve, do we need to take a vote on that?
You should take a vote on that portion,
Okay.
yes.
All right. So then I will make a motion that we approve the demo, subject to the creation of a preservation plan, prior to demolition.
I'll second that.
Okay, thanks, Andrew. Any further discussion on that? If not, then all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All right, anyone opposed?
Nope.
Great, so that motion carries, but we will ask that with regards to the concept, the applicant come back with revisions based on the comments that the board has provided today. And we encourage you to work closely with staff through those revisions. All right. Thank you. We're ready to move to our next application, which is in the Capitol Hill Historic District at 331 11th Street Northeast. Staff ready to make your presentation?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. This is Todd Jones with HPO staff. The
Great.
property is 331 11th Street Northeast. The project is for construction of a rooftop addition to a circa 1903 Harry Ward Monroe house in Capitol Hill. The structure is located at the northern end of a row of 5. Its northern elevation abuts the rear yards of houses along D Street, so even though it is not located directly at the corner, it essentially serves as a corner unit, and the addition will have some visibility as a result. The portions of the addition closest to the street will be set back on that visible side. However, about 10 feet of the most rear portion will not have a setback. Based on the plan submitted, The project appears compatible. Throughout the process, staff has expressed concerns about the accuracy of the plans and other submittals. Inconsistencies identified in earlier versions of the plans have been addressed. The board may request additional materials and clarification from the applicant if it is believed necessary, and may make its vote contingent on the applicant erecting an accurate lumber mock-up of all the proposed outlines of the addition. A previous mock-up built by the applicant was based off plans that still had unresolved inconsistencies. So overall, HPO recommends the board find the project compatible with the Capitol Hill Historic District and delegate authority to staff. Thank you, and I'll turn it over to the applicant now for more details about the project.
Hello, this is Benjamin Fells. Is this my chance to speak?
Mr. Fells, we can hear you. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. So I live at 331, and I thought maybe I could just frame sort of our thinking a little bit and then hand it over to the architect. So we've lived here for 6 years. Our son was born here, and we moved to Capitol Hill because of the beauty of the built environment. So maybe I could start out by being thankful to the group of all of you for preserving a wonderful and deeply livable place. In the last, I think, year, 2 houses on our block were bought by developers who tore out the rental unit and turned a multi-unit, multi-family home into single-family homes. Both were sold for $2 million. That's not what we want to do. We want our home to be able to accommodate our family and preserve the diversity of the neighborhood, preserve availability of housing in Capitol Hill, and fold elegantly into the built environment. And a great deal of thought has gone into designing a non-visible addition. And maybe with that in mind, I could just quote from the letter that the Capitol Hill Restoration Society submitted in support of this, which specifically praised the skillful design of the addition. And here I'm quoting here that the committee is impressed with this skillful design, which preserves historic interior materials. We also applaud the owner for retaining the first floor apartment, helping preserve housing diversity on Capitol Hill. And maybe I could just conclude before passing it over to Patricia, that we are very, very fortunate to have an architect working on this who has devoted her 40-year career to the preservation of the historic built environment, both in the United States, in Europe, and in Asia. And Patricia was the commissioner and chair of the King County Landmarks and Heritage Commission in the state of Washington. And she drafted the first conservation guidelines for the city of Penang, Malaysia, guidelines that were instrumental for the designation of Penang as a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Her work on historic preservation, both in the form of buildings and scholarship, has been supported by the State Department, the Ford Foundation, the National Endowment for the Arts. So those are many words to say many decades of work have gone into this design, in the sense of being very intentional about how do we preserve this wonderful neighborhood in every sense, but allow us as a family to slightly sort of flex in the amount of space that we have. So with that, maybe I can pass it to Patricia to speak to the plans.
Okay, this is Patricia. Can you hear me?
We can.
Oh, great. Okay. It's a pleasure to be here and be able to talk about his family's house. I'd like, and I hope I can I move these slides?
You can, but Steve will be able to advance them if you'd ask him to.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to give an idea. This is their house. And then the next slide shows with the addition. And after talking with Todd at the beginning of this project, our main goal because in the beginning, the addition was not quite as invisible, but we have tried to make this addition an invisible addition. And there are some things about the architecture of the building that really helps this, because there's quite a large space above the roof that gives us space to put in a third floor. So basically, you would not see this addition except in the very back, that black line that's back here. So this is the front from the 11th Street. And then can we go to the next slide? And then from the corner, once again, you will not be able to see it. And then next slide, and it's not visible from the corner. And then can we go to the next slide? And okay, from the south, you've been looking at the north. From the south, you can't see anything from anywhere on the street. So what I wanted to do is to talk a little bit about the plan, because there seemed to be a need for some clarification. So if we could go to the next slide, then we can talk a little bit about the structure. So the main floor of the house will stay exactly the same. That's where that's the rental unit, will not change. The second floor will stay the same, except that we will add a staircase to the new third floor. And the beauty of the staircase is, and oh, I'll wait to talk about that till we get to the section. Okay, go to the next slide. Okay, so this is the roof addition. And this addition is 500 square feet. So it's quite small. And it's about 40% of the area of the roof. So we're not, we're set back from the front and from the sort of defining feature, which is the turret tower in the front. This bedroom in the front is set back 4 feet and set back quite a bit also from that 11th Street facade. This staircase, which I really wanted to clarify a bit, the top of the staircase roof is the top of the brick wall. And we'll see that more in the section, so that you can see that that will not, so basically there will be nothing above the height of the brick wall until we get 40 feet back. And then just this small section of the bedroom, which is for the owners. So the idea is that they get to have 2 new bedrooms and a rooftop deck facing the alley, and that from the front of the house, you will not see it. So let's go to the next slide. So this is the crucial thing about this. We are keeping, of course, all the structure of the floor, and we're keeping the existing ceiling joists and spanning across with new floor joists to create the third floor. So the existing ceiling in the second floor would stay the same. The staircase goes up from the back of the house to the front of the house. And the ceiling of that staircase, with all the clearances for height, allows us to be below, at the red line is the top of the brick wall. So as we ascend, and we would need more space for your head, that's how also the brick wall is ascending. So that basically this red line is the top of the roof. So we're not going to be above, the new staircase roof is not going to be above the height of the parapet wall. So if you just look at this detail over here just for a second, this is that brick wall that we see, the north wall. Inside, there's a stud wall, and then there's the floor joist, stud wall, floor joist. For the whole front of this addition, this wall here will be set back 4 feet. At the staircase, this wall is barely a wall, and there's a roof, and it comes at the top of the parapet. And only at the back, this back 10 feet, do we get this wall sitting right at the brick wall. So that's the section here. This is the only section where the new wall is literally right next to the brick wall. But I think it was not clear to staff about the staircase, and that might partly be my fault that it wasn't clear on the drawings. But I just want to make it clear that as we ascend on the stair, luckily, the wall also is ascending so that we can sneak that staircase in and not be above the wall. So that from when you're looking at that big north wall, and here's our tower, you're not going to see anything sitting above that until you get back here. Then next slide. Next slide. So then the other thing is that putting my eyeball out on the sidewalk in the street, because the parapet in the front is so high, you don't see anything of this little front bedroom. And as you walk down the street, you will see this poking out a little tiny bit. So then that brings me to the ongoing talking with Todd and going back and forth and realizing that this wasn't really clear as to what we were doing. So can we go to the next slide? Oh, okay. So the mock-up, this is the heat pump that sits on the roof right now. And this heat pump, just so you get an idea of where we're at, the staircase is behind that heat pump. So the actual part of the wall that sits right next to this brick wall is even further back, because there's the heat pump, then there's the staircase, which I think is about 10 feet. And then there's that other wall. So, and he saw the mock-up. I think the only thing that is somewhat confusing is that we invited him that he could come and actually go up on the roof, because there was 2x4s and there was yellow tape, everything was there. But when we took pictures, you couldn't see it. So, and I do have some photographs of the mock-up, but I don't know why we should have to repeat this exercise. But anyway, we're open to whatever the staff comes up with. So the next slide, I just want to show you, I'm old school. I still build models. And so because there was this confusion, I built this model just to show the relationship of tower, brick wall, stairs. This is all one roof here, somewhat confusing because we changed the design. And this is the closet and then the bedroom. And just so you know, this wall here is only 6 feet tall. And the brick wall is a couple feet. So it only sits up about 4 feet above that brick wall. And this is 40 feet from the front to back here. All of the roofs slope down, so the lowest part is on the north, except for the back bedroom, because Benjamin's wife, Vanessa, who could not be with us today because she's traveling, is expert on sustainability and climate change. And so the hope is that we could do some solar shingles, which is a new technology. So they look like shingles, but they're solar shingles on this roof. So this roof slopes for a south exposure. And then here's the deck. So I think I'll stop there and just leave this for questions.
Okay, great. Thank you. Does the board have questions at this time? Any questions?
Yeah, I guess if you could just remind me what the material is of these north elevations.
Oh, good point, yes. We did do an addition in the back here, and so these walls, the tower walls are just plaster. The brick is all in the front. This is all plaster. These walls will be a cement board with a smooth texture, a smooth like stucco finish. So this will all be basically a stucco, a look of stucco. The windows will be of the same style. The owner has redone the windows, putting in double hung windows that match the original, but with better insulation. So sorry I didn't mention that, but this would all be a plastered board.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Any other questions? We can certainly come back to questions after testimony. We do have one letter of opposition in the file, and that person, Dan Utek, I believe, was going to try to make it on to testify. Is Dan Utek on, Steve? I know the notes indicate that they may not be able to join, but
This is Todd. I don't see him. He didn't get back to me, but yeah, he said he wasn't sure if he's going to join.
okay, all right. If you see him while we're still on this case, definitely let me know, Todd, and we'll allow him to speak.
Okay.
Great. Do we have a representative from Capitol Hill Restoration Society?
Yes, Chair Heath, this is.
Good morning, Ms. Purcell. Do you want to make a statement?
Yes, just briefly. This is Beth Purcell from the Capitol Hill Restoration Society. We believe the design and materials are clearly differentiated from the existing historic brick walls. We agree with the staff's request for additional detail on the plans and for lumber mock-ups. We believe that this project is compatible with the Capitol Hill Historic District, and we thank you for considering our comments.
Great, thank you. And thanks for your testimony in the record as well. All right, any questions for Ms. Purcell from the board? All right. Then if there are no questions, we'll come back to the board for any questions of the applicant. No further questions. All right. Then are we ready to deliberate?
Yes.
Thank you. I was going to take the silence as a yes, but thank you. And I'll ask that board members turn on their cameras.
I'll start if you like. I agree with the staff report on this. I think it may be that the lumber was there, and maybe it's just a clarification with staff that the lumber was there. But I agree with the staff's position, and which also coincides coincidentally with the Capitol Hill Restoration Society.
Right. Perfect. Yeah, I'm in support of the staff report as well. Anyone have any comments in beyond that?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I just wanted to add that I concur with the staff report as well. I actually was intrigued by the letter from Mr. Utek, and just in trying to take a look at what the issue is from his point of view in regards to that sight line. And then, you know, in the documentation, it really is clear that that view of the roof addition from 11th Street, I think in his interpretation, it's more from his backyard than from 11th Street. So I don't think it rises to that level. So I don't think there's an issue there. So I would concur with the report.
Yeah, I agree with that, Patrick. Thank you for that distinction. All right.
I guess I would just add, I think I generally agree with the staff report, maybe just with the addition that I struggle a little bit with the roof lines of the addition. I think to have a relatively small addition with 5 different slopes seems kind of overly complex and distracting from the character of the building as a whole, which I think is really reliant on that turret to kind of be the distinctive roof feature of this building. I think if there are sustainability goals, to have a south-facing roof, I think that's great. I think the applicant should go for that. I just wonder if there's a way to kind of streamline the various juxtaposing roof lines to just have more consistency, to maybe mirror that sloping parapet, not in the slope, but just in that kind of strong, horizontal line. So that's my only additional comment.
Okay.
Bill, I agree with you from a sort of maintainability perspective. It is a lot of kind of roof drainage and drainage locations and flashing details to maintain. However, for me, the reason I'm passing on commenting on it is because it's not visible. And historically, I think we've been focused on what's visible from sort of public right of way. But I agree with you that from a long-term sort of maintainable and maintenance perspective, it does put some onus on the owner to check additional locations where building materials intersect with each other at sort of odd angles.
Yeah, thanks, Gretchen. Well, maybe if I could just dial in my comments to just focus on what will be visible. I think if it really is this back portion with what's shown on this this model, the back bedroom and the closet, I guess I struggle with those 2 particular roof lines meeting in the way that they do. The kind of the clear story with the windows. It just strikes me as overly distracting. And really, if that's the only part you're going to see, and you see something that is, I don't think in character with the architecture of the building, I don't think that's appropriate.
Okay.
I guess the lumber test would show that.
Yeah, that would. And so we'd expect that to happen in with staff's review.
Can I comment
No,
no.
not during deliberation.
or clarify? I was just gonna clarify.
No,
Okay,
no, you're
that's
not
fine.
supposed to speak.
That's fine.
So thanks. All right. But you can work with staff after this hearing to refine anything or clarify anything. So I will make a motion to support the staff report and certainly ask that staff confirm through a lumber test that there is no visibility and ask for a second.
I'll second.
Okay. Any further discussion? If not, then all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Anyone oppose? Okay, then the motion carries. Thank you all. We'll move to our next case. Still in the Capitol Hill Historic District at 633 Rear E Street Southeast. Staff ready? Go ahead.
Yeah.
Todd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Todd Jones again. The property is officially known as 633 Rear East Street Southeast. However, no portion of the property actually fronts East Street, and the building has no association with the row house located at 633 East Street Southeast. This building exists solely within the alley landscape. It is a large 3-bay garage and has historically served a utilitarian purpose as a distribution facility for a milk company. The garage was built around 1925 and was designed by noted African-American architect Louis W. Giles. The applicant proposes to convert the structure into a single-family residence. This will include creating a rooftop addition and some new window and door openings in the walls. The 3 existing garage doors, which are probably the structure's most character-defining features, will be retained and will be restored to near their original appearance. Overall, the building will still read as a garage, especially with the retention of the garage doors. The new window and door openings are designed in such a way as to complement the building's utilitarian background. They appear more industrial in nature than residential. The building also has clear evidence of previous openings that were bricked over, so these changes would not be unprecedented for the structure. While the board has typically not found visible roof additions to be compatible on formally composed row houses and alley dwellings, it has allowed visible additions on one-story utilitarian alley structures and garages, as long as they appeared compatible in context. Some recent examples were provided in the staff report. This concept is similar to those examples since the new second floor will be visible, but its height will be in keeping with the height of other buildings in the alley. The second floor and terraces will also be set back on all sides to preserve the garage's existing form. Overall, the garage's existing dominance of the alley landscape is mainly due to its horizontality. It simply occupies a large amount of space. So the design and form of the proposed second story will increase the overall height, but will not increase the structure's sense of verticality. The design of the second story will emphasize its own horizontal nature. So HPO recommends the board find this project compatible with the Capitol Hill Historic District and delegate authority to staff. It should also be noted that this project is currently going through the BZA process for a special exemption, and the case has drawn considerable attention. So thank you, and I'll now turn it over to the applicant for more details about the concept.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is JD Schmidt. I'm the owner of 633 Rear. Just as a brief introduction, my family and I have lived on the Hill for about 18 years, and I've made a career of being a historic renovator. So I've been to this board many times and rebuilt and renovated many houses around the Capitol Hill Historic District. And this particular house is being designed with my family's program in mind, and we're just particularly excited about this. Before I introduce Michael Dowling, who's the architect that has been helping me on the design team to go through the design, I just wanted to point out a couple of key elements of the building that we have found to be particularly challenging and important. One, the building is large, but it's bounded by alley on 3 sides and presents privacy issues. So without adding a second story addition, it becomes quite challenging to utilize the building, the current form of the building without going up because of code and privacy issues of creating bedrooms and egress that aren't directly adjacent to public alleys. Most of the other alley dwellings that are in this unique alley are more traditional row home style, where they're set back a few feet, maybe even have a front terrace, and they have yards to create this element of privacy. This building doesn't really have that opportunity without going up. Additionally, the building has a rather unique roof structure that I've never come across in any building of this size in the city. That it's all a reinforced concrete system of beams and steel. It's pretty massive, and so most of our BZA case hinges on the practical difficulty that this presents, because we are asking for a variance, not a special exception, a variance for building height. The building height limitation in alleys is quite limiting at 20 feet, and we're asking for an 8-foot extension of that to go to 28 feet. And we feel that our design has been very conscientious of the neighbors being significantly set back, and is significantly less impactful of anything that would be building lot line to lot line which, you know, could be our, at least from a zoning standpoint, our matter of right. We've done multiple shadow studies and sort of shown that there's very minimal, if any, impact on any neighbors of sunlight or visibility. And I think that's where we do have a lot of great support from neighbors, but there is one neighbor in particular that is interested in is disagreement on that, but we just have a disagreement on the shadow study that we provided, I think. So without anything more, I'll introduce Michael Dowling and he can sort of walk through the program. Michael, floor is yours.
Thank you. Want to continue with the slideshow. This is the slide showing the location, and you could just see within the orange rectangle the roof of the building. Next slide, please. This is an earlier Sanborn map showing that it had been constructed originally as row houses, alley houses. Currently, the two on the to the east, to the right, are still extant, but the rest of the lot. Next slide, please. I just want to thank Mr. Jones because I've been quoting him about the building as he mentioned earlier. Next slide. This is how the building was, a slide of how it was originally used. Next slide, please. This survey shows how the building, those row houses, alley houses, had been replaced by this one-story warehouse or industrial building, bounded on the north, west, and south by alleys, and built lot line to lot line. Next slide, please. This is the current plan showing the framing of the building. You could see the the line showing that massive reinforced structure that JD just mentioned. It's a huge. I agree. I've never seen something like this in a building of this scale and of this era. So a very kind of early 20th century use of massive reinforced concrete. Next slide, please. These are some existing. This is the F Street Terrace, the west elevation, F Street Terrace Southeast, heading between E and F. Next slide, please. Again, the south-facing facade with the three openings, and we're proposing that they be replaced with doors matching some of the existing original doors, which were kind of metal clad, swing doors rather than roll-up doors. Next slide. Again, a picture of that. You could just see the remaining two row houses as shown on that Sanborn map down to the right. The building's about 17 feet 6 inches to the top of the parapet wall here on the south. Next slide, please. This is the alley to the north, Archibald Walk North, with a building height of about 14.5 feet here. And you could see the, as Mr. Jones mentioned earlier, some of the original openings that have been bricked in, blocked in, and the kind of early kind of metal hook type steel industrial window. Next slide, please. This is another shot of Archibald Walk looking back towards the west. And you could see again some of the infill with some of the existing openings. We're proposing to reopen some of these and reglaze them with an industrial thermally blocked metal windows type system, where we want to add windows, probably up high with a high sill height for privacy, but still allowing some natural light. Next slide, please. This is a shot on the south alley looking towards the hall of the church, on F Street, and the building to the right. The building to the left has been renovated. This is an early Google photo has been renovated for a residence in a similar way. Next slide, please. This shows that original kind of metal-clad swing door that we would be using to at these existing openings on the south. Next slide. And this shows a picture showing some of the massive concrete structure of the roof. And so what our design scheme, next slide. And this shows some of the buildings around it and their height. These two row houses to the north, 23 feet. That's Archibald Walk north in between there. Next slide, please. This is the renovated building to the south with a parapet height of 16 feet at that point on the alley. Next, please. This is the adjacent row houses with a height of about 24 feet. The brick cornice is still exposed, but otherwise it's been altered quite a bit. Next slide, please. And this is a shot looking, you could see the white painted facade of the subject building and then the height of the church hall adjacent to that. Next, please. And further south on F Street Terrace is our two other houses, considerably higher ridge line. And within the blue square, you can just see the corner of the property we're talking about. Next slide, please. Some rooftop shots from the existing building, showing you could see part of our skylight system on this building as well, and the courtyard of the renovated warehouse to the south. Next slide, please. This is looking east to those two, this party wall of the those remaining townhouses. Next slide, please. And this is looking back to the northeast. Next slide, please. And the northeast corner where there's an existing chimney. Next slide, please. Detail, next slide, please. And then a view across to the church roof. Next, please. So those show the context. This shows a sketch plan of the first level where we're adapting the existing spaces for opening up portion of it in the center, south, for a courtyard to provide private kind of yard space, light and air to the spaces around it, retaining one of the garages as a garage, in kind of open living, dining, and kitchen space. A central stair that will use an existing skylight opening to access the upper level, and then a den and an office, bathrooms, powder rooms, etc. To the right is a family gym. There's a very active athletic children and parents in the family to use that. So we're utilizing that existing space. And then next slide, please. Building on top of it the private spaces, the bedrooms. Given the alleys around it, adding a bedroom on the first level becomes a bit problematic with the egress window, the sill height requirement within 44 inches of the floor puts it well within visual and access from the perimeter alleys. So we're putting the bedrooms on the second floor, which gives us an opportunity to have code compliant windows and more windows for the bedrooms as well. So in addition to the bedrooms, the structure is set back. The main structure is set 10 feet back from the perimeter of the building all around with an opening there to the courtyard below. And then we have two small terraces which would have cable railing, etc. Next slide, please. There will be some portion of the existing floor that would be demolished, and some excavation would occur to allow a kind of recreation room and a basement for basement and mechanical, etc., etc. Next slide, please. This is the proposed elevation to the south, showing the three replacement garage swing doors one new opening we're suggesting for the front door to the house. The brick would be repointed as required and painted, new coping and installed, etc. And the second floor would be constructed again, set 10 foot back from the edge, with we're planning to use some kind of horizontal ribbed weathering steel siding, industrial type metal windows, and a parapet, small parapet for the roof above. So this would all, and then the space around the roof would be a green roof with plantings, etc. Next slide, please. This is the elevation from F Street Terrace Southeast, looking east, with your like from that parking lot where we had that earlier photo. Again, showing the vocabulary of the weathering steel carrying around the building, the industrial style windows as well, and the railings, cable railing for the terraces. Next slide, please. This would be the Archibald Walk North elevation. The large glazing panels are where the stairs are and the home office. And this also shows how we would be adding, the windows would be more clerestory type for the spaces behind them, rather than coming down to down closer to grade. Next slide, please. And then finally, an east elevation showing the side of the adjacent townhouses and the wall of the addition, set back 10 feet from the existing wall of the building there in gray, with perhaps one opening at most there. Next slide, please. We did a little kind of a stage set model just to show what it might look like. This is coming down F Street Terrace Southeast from the north, those two existing row houses right there to the left, and then our building in gray with the addition up above it. Next slide, please. Again, oblique view from the church parking lot. Next, this is a kind of little bit of a bird's eye view of the addition, showing how it's set back 10 feet all along the perimeter of the building as well. Next, please. And this is a kind of almost eye level looking north from F Street Terrace at the corner of the building to the south, showing our building and the proposed addition. Next slide, please. Bird's eye view showing the same, showing the corner of the the building to the south and our building, and a little bit of the church hall to the left. Next, please. And then a bird's eye view from the east in front of those two row houses, looking back at the building. Next slide, please. And then a kind of eye level view of the project. Next slide, please. So that's pretty much our presentation.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your drawings. They're quite beautiful.
To quote the previous architect, I'm old school too.
Yeah, right. Yeah, they're beautiful. I love hand-drawn drawings. It's a lost art. Any questions from board members at this time?
I do have a question.
Sure.
So if it was Mr. J.D. Smith who mentioned about the shadow study, and I did take a look at the letter that was submitted. Looks like there is more than one neighbor that has concern about this proposal, but I wonder if you could speak more to what that shadow study revealed, and what if you could, it would be good if it was a graphic that would show us, but could you elaborate on that part of the project?
Well, I don't have, I think, I don't know if someone else on the team has the shadow study with us, but we looked at the sun angle both at winter and at summer. So at the highest angle of the the sun and at the lowest angle, and that the it shows that the increased shadow footprint, particularly to the northeast, is minimally greater in the winter, and slightly even less. There's less of it even. There's a little bit more, but at the height of the summer. So the adjacent properties, because we're set back 10 feet with the steeper roof sun angle in the summer, there's very little increase in the shadow footprint. But with that 10-foot setback from the existing building height of almost 15 feet at the rear corner, there is increased in the winter.
Ryan, are we able to show anything? Ryan, do you have?
If staff hasn't already been provided it, you're not able to show it.
Oh,
But
okay.
I will add that while it's nice to see, it is not something that is really germane to preservation, unlike BZA,
Which is why we didn't include it. We didn't.
Okay, I appreciate
totally
it.
fine, totally
Yeah.
fine. I know
Only one.
neighbors will raise it,
Yeah,
and
sure,
so
sure.
it is something you should address with them, but it's not our purview.
Understood. I will concur with Madam Chair that I was very pleased to see the drawings as well. Old school myself. So seeing a presentation like this, very, very tactile. It gets into a different era of drafting, and very much well composed. So I was pleased to see that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, we have to fight the AI, the AI bots from designing our buildings.
Well, I was just
It's an
involved in a
art.
presentation on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If
Well-
I put my video on, you could see why I'm definitely old school. So
It's the only school I know. Yeah, I do have a question.
Sure, go ahead, Matt.
So the material that you're recladding the building in, could you just spend another minute describing that? You didn't put a picture of that in the submission materials. Is that highly reflective
No,
or not so
no.
reflective, or how does it work?
it's a Core 10 type steel ribbed sheeting that is horizontally ribbed. So as it weathers into a kind of patina of, I guess, literally rust color, it becomes, it does not reflect. It's a fairly dull kind of surface. It's not a shiny surface at all. It's very unreflective as a material.
And the brick you're just going to paint.
Right. Well, the existing
Sure.
brick has been painted. I wouldn't want to even guess how many times. So
Yeah.
our idea is to, after repointing and our the minimal, the new opening for the front door, and kind of re-infilling some of the other openings, we plan to paint the brick. With that many layers of brick, I've not had too many projects where it's been successful, especially on this much surface area, on
Right.
successfully removing paint. And as I'm sure you all know the issues with that. I mean, in a way, once brick's been painted, that's pretty much where you have to go. So the existing brick first floor would be the existing building would be repainted, and the new addition, the setback addition, would be clad with the
Right.
horizontal rib.
And one other question, and the slide 15 in the PDF I have on the site shows a kind of interesting door there. This is more for my own edification. Are you reusing that door anywhere? The other doors seem pretty forgettable.
The earlier photos showed, currently I think that opening was infilled with framing, and it looks like Tyvek or something like that. I'm not sure if the existing door has sandwiched somewhere in between there or not, but the idea would be to, if it's there, to restore it and reuse it, and then use that as a
Talking
model.
about the door on the right, Michael?
Yes, the door to the right.
Yeah, there's the original door is still there. It's not suitable for any. It's
There it is.
Well, that was the slide I was looking at. So that one's not, you're not going to reuse that anyway.
what's left of that is just the wood frame of it, and it's in really
Okay, all right.
really tough. But you know, we did like the design, and we're gonna rebuild something out of wood and clad it with metal, sort of a custom door made locally.
Did you have any follow-ups?
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks. Any other questions from board members? If not, I think we have Capitol Hill Restoration Society still on the line, wanting to testify. Is Ms. Purcell still here?
Yes.
Great.
Board members, this is Beth Purcell. I'm testifying on behalf of the Capitol Hill Restoration Society. We understand that the second story height would be approximately 28 feet. We continue to suggest that the second story's height be reduced in height to better fit in with the context of the other building in this alley. Secondly, we understand the first story would be painted gray. The second story, which we thought originally was red brick, which we now know is weathering steel, and a different color. We think that the weathering steel calls attention to the second story, and that the second story should not stand out. And for that reason, we are suggesting the second story be clad instead in gray brick, or brick painted gray, or gray hardy board siding. Other than that, we support the staff report, and we believe that the project is compatible with the Capitol Hill Historic District, and we thank you for considering our comments.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Purcell. Do board members have any questions of Ms. Purcell? Okay.
Can I respond to Ms. Purcell, or
You can, yes. I was just going to call on you, so now's your opportunity.
So just specifically to her comments about the height, the height is really the absolute minimum that it could be without the wholesale removal of the existing roof. So the existing roof is set at a certain height, and because of the materials and size, environmental impact, and just what seems like a waste of a really incredible roof system, we're proposing to build on top of it. And the ceiling heights on the second level are minimal. And so to reduce the height would mean to completely come up with a different scheme that would involve removing more of the existing roof. Additionally, I think it's important to see the presentation shows that there's no building in this alley that's less than 24 feet tall, and there are several that are 28 and 30 feet tall that are in this alley. So I just politely disagree that it's out of context. I think the building is fitting well within the context, and the addition is set back on all sides significantly. So
okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Schmidt. Are there any final questions from the board? All right. If there are not, then we should be ready for deliberation. I'll ask board members to turn on their cameras.
Excuse me, this is Todd with staff. We had some public speakers registered too.
Okay, I didn't see them. Hold on one second. Okay, if you could tell me who they are, because, oh, I see them here. I was looking in the wrong place. All right, so Brittany Lamb. Is Brittany Lamb
Hi, I'm here.
on? Okay, perfect. You have an opportunity to speak now.
Perfect, thank you. My name is Brittany Lamb. I, along with 11 other neighbors, submitted a letter in opposition to the application. My partner and I live at 518 Archibald Walk. For those of you that don't know, Archibald Walk is a pedestrian-only walkway located off of an alley, F Street Terrace, and tucked away behind the historic Christ Church. Archibald Walk used to be home to a number of tiny alley dwellings that were built in the 1880s by Charles Guestford. However, now only 6 remain. Our home is one of those 6, and it is located directly to the northeast of the warehouse at 633, which is located on Archibald Walk and F Street Terrace. Archibald Walk is a unique and special place. When people think of alleys, they tend to think of sparse roadways that are sort of an afterthought and are filled with trash cans and parked cars and rats. That's not Archibald Walk. Archibald Walk is picturesque and verdant. The walkway is surrounded by old-growth trees and buildings, and the buildings feature unique architectural details and public art. It is frequently featured on walking tours, and it was the subject of the Capitol Hill Restoration Society's House and Garden Tour a few years ago. We do not believe that the proposed design is compatible with the historic district. The design seeks to essentially double the height of the building on its north side from 14.5 feet to 28 feet. The proposed design would loom over the surrounding tiny alley dwellings and impact the amount of sunlight in the public walkway. The dramatic height of the proposed design would obstruct the open sky views from the walkway. To the extent there are other alley structures that are as high as the proposed design, they all have gabled roofs, so the visual impact of the height is lessened. Christ Church has served as the focal point for over 2 centuries, but the proposed design would rival it in its size and height and supplant Christ Church as the primary focus of the alley. The discordant and obtrusive second-floor addition of the proposed design would result in enormous loss, not only to neighbors, but to everyone who loves strolling through Archibald Walk and admiring our beautiful community. While we are happy that someone is redeveloping that warehouse, and we were looking forward to having another member in our community, we do not believe that the proposed design is a reasonable attempt to fit with or enhance the character of the historic neighborhood. By virtue of its sheer size, it will draw all focus away from the historic homes and buildings nearby and lord over them like a feudal tower. The justification that the applicant provides for the need for a second-floor addition with such a drastic height is the preservation of the internal support system for the roof, but we don't think the preservation of a single interior element of the building should come at the expense of the historic character of the community. This seems like an effort to get you to focus on the trees rather than the forest. We think it's deeply unfortunate how the applicant has used this as a pretext to justify such a disrespectful and unreasonable design that is incompatible with the historic district. We would welcome a design that respects the history of the neighborhood and the people who live here. We respectfully request that the board deny the application. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Any questions of the board for Ms. Lamb? All right. Thank you for your testimony today then. And we'll ask the applicant to speak on in response to all of the public comments once we conclude them. So you'll have a chance then. Let's see, just lost my page. 1 second. All right, the next person I have registered is Nancy Metzger. Is Nancy on?
I don't see Nancy Metzger on the line today.
Okay, so then Leslie Blaha.
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak today. My name is Leslie Blaha. I am the owner and occupant of 520 Archibald Walk Southeast, which shares the party wall with 633. You can see it on the image on the screen ahead of us. I'm also a signatory on that group letter. I am testifying today in opposition and respectfully ask the board to deny the application for the conceptual design. I am a new resident of Archibald Walk, drawn to this neighborhood because of the quiet, pedestrian, and picturesque charm. It's a hidden historic gem in my new home city. In 4 months, I've only been here 4 months, it's come to appreciate how strong the community is in this small enclave and how important it is to preserve this neighborhood and what remains of it as a cornerstone of Capitol Hill and the Eastern Market history. The proposed second story at 633 would drastically change the character of the skyline of our neighborhood. Originally known as Marks Court, it's one of the 3 remaining alley neighborhoods originally listed in the 1912 survey, with only 6 Archibald Walk row homes remaining, as mentioned. I'll note that in the 2014 DC Historic Alley Building Survey, conducted by the HPO, only a total of 108 alley dwellings remain altogether in DC. So it's critical to preserve this history and character. On Archibald Walk, the houses are about 700 square feet, no more than 24 feet tall, which preserves the intent of the alley neighborhood to be tucked behind the houses facing the main streets and preserves the feature of having this historic spire of Christ Church as the highest point. 633 East Street Rear already sits on a 5,500 square foot footprint, which is 8 times larger than the size of the alley homes. But it currently doesn't overwhelm the area because it maintains its relatively low height profile consistent with the adjacent homes. The proposed second story would dominate the skyline at 28 feet, dwarfing the homes and obstructing the views of the historic Christ Church for the residents and pedestrian tourists. It also creates privacy concerns based on the line of sight into the neighbors' homes and gardens. Critically, according to the shadow studies, the proposed addition will substantially obstruct and reduce the natural light in Archibald Walk, lowering the quality of life for neighbors, but impacting our gardens, including several designated heritage and special trees in Archibald Walk. My home at 520 will lose afternoon natural light for at least 3/4 of the year, summer through winter, which will certainly impact the health of the heritage crepe myrtle in my garden. The applicant has further not communicated with me about measures that will be taken to protect this tree from fatal damage, nor have they communicated plans to prevent damage to that party wall during any of the renovation work, including the unpermitted interior demolition work that's already begun. In the 2014 survey, the HPO made several recommendations to support revitalization in remaining alley neighborhoods, including increasing the visibility of alleys through formal names and signage, encouraging heritage tourism, and engaging in community planning. Archibald Walk has a formal name and signage, one of which hangs on 633 and is regularly included in historic walking tours. It's part of the Barracks Row Heritage Walk and is featured in the Capitol Hill Home and Gardens Tour, which will be impacted by the impact to our gardens. Neighbors are also discussing possibilities of public art space and other community strengthening activities, but the changes proposed for 633 stand to impact this very style and historic charms in ways that diminish its attraction and may negatively impact these efforts in revitalization and preservation. Particularly, the lost light of the trees and gardens will impact our presence on the garden tours. I do believe the renovation and revitalization of the existing 633 structure could contribute to the improvements of the neighborhood, and I'm enthusiastic about that idea, but adding the proposed second story will not. I'm further disappointed by the lack of discussion and engagement directly with our neighbors, with the new owner. So far, my concerns have been mostly dismissed in the public forums by his lawyers. I have never actually spoken directly to the applicant. Given the negative impacts of the proposed design on Archibald Walk neighborhood, I respectfully ask the board to deny the application for conceptual design in case HPA 24161. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of this witness from the board? Okay. Thank you for your time and your testimony today.
Thank you.
Is Ms. Metzger on now? Any chance we could have her speak before we move on to the applicant?
This is Todd. I don't see her. I didn't hear from her today as to whether or not she was attending.
Okay. All right. Perfect. Just wanted to make sure we didn't miss her if she's here. Okay. So we'll turn back to the applicant for your rebuttal to any of the comments that you heard today.
Sure. Thank you. I will just start by pointing out that we do have several neighbors that have submitted strong letters of support and enthusiasm about the project.
It's a little bit difficult to hear you. I'm sorry to interrupt. Could you speak a little more loudly? It's a little bit hard to hear you.
I'm sorry. Is that better?
It sounds the same to me, but I could hear
Same.
you before, so I'm not sure that, yeah.
Okay. So the neighbors to the east and to the north, Brittany and Ms. Blase, we have reached out to them. There's an open invitation for any discourse or concerns. I think related to their concerns, we're more at an impasse and just to kind of a disagreement on what the facts are. We have given them 3 different shadow studies that that show that there is very minimal impact. The shadow of our addition actually doesn't reach the edge of the existing structure for the majority of the year, except for in the dead of winter. It shades out a very slight additional amount of light. And we do have a matter of right to build to 20 feet. And we, while it's not our first choice, if we were to have to build to our matter of right to get these private sleeping rooms above on a second floor, we would be proposing to remove more of the existing roof and for those rooms to be built on the property line and on the rear alley line, which would have a significantly greater impact on those neighbors. So we feel that our design has more than taken into account the impact on their air and light. We've also had a solar company do a study showing that if they wanted to pursue any sustainability solar panels for their properties, that there would be absolutely no impact whatsoever. So I would also say that their concerns are largely BZA related and not necessarily design related.
Mr. Schmidt, can you
Yeah.
just clarify? I think we're seeing it in this drawing, but
Sure.
it's small on my screen. So the existing building is that 18 feet or
17.
17 feet? Okay.
Yeah.
And your addition is 10,
The addition is
the second story.
the total height is 28.
Okay, okay,
So the addition is that would be 11.
okay, all right. So it's not it's not doubling the height.
No, it's not doubling.
Okay.
And the
And
setback again is how much for the second floor?
10 feet.
The
10
first
feet.
floor is set back 10 feet all around, and then in that middle section where we're opening up a courtyard is set back about 25 feet.
Thank you.
okay,
It's about a third of that second floor addition is set back 25 feet, and the rest of it's 10.
okay. All right. Any other questions from board members? Okay, then if not, that concludes public testimony and questions from the board. So we would be ready to deliberate. I'll ask board members to turn on your cameras. I will start by saying I support the staff report here. I don't find the addition to be overwhelming. Um, uh, and yeah, I'm fine with it as is. I'm certainly open to the applicant considering some of the material, and maybe color changes talked about by Ms. Purcell, but I'm open to the concept as it's been proposed.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is a very skillfully done project. In its simplicity, I greatly admire it. I think when you actually walk around back there, your awareness of the second floor will be quite minimal because of the setback. So I think the concerns that have been expressed about the building dominating the landscape are simply not what will be experienced there. I think the setback is going in large measure to ameliorate any of those concerns. I think this is a really terrific use of an industrial building. I find the red color of the siding on the second floor fine. I don't have an issue with that at all, and I agree with the staff report.
Mhm. Okay, I'm going to make a motion that we support the staff report and ask for a second.
I'll second.
I'll second.
All right.
Well, Matt second.
Okay.
I agree with you. I agree with you on the cladding though, Chair Heath. I think anything to make this seem a little more of a backdrop on the addition. And I think, you know, a Corten sounds nice, but it also creates a whole other set of deterioration issues too. Like you end up with rust on the roof and all that kind of stuff on the Corten. It's a nice material to be romantic about, but if you're up there on the terrace and you lean against it and you're wearing a white shirt, you're going to be rust colored too.
You'll have a souvenir upon visiting.
I guess so. Yeah.
An
But I think
unwanted
make it-
one.
Yeah, but I think the setback of 10, and one thing to specifically note is I think that, you know, when we've looked at other additions on other carriage houses, this is different than a carriage house. So anybody thinking that they might like to come and ask for 27 feet 6 inches total height, or I think we heard 28 feet, I think should be aware that this building is much larger.
Any ideas?
Yeah, this building is much larger than a carriage house in its footprint. And one of the benefits that because of that is that they could set back 10 feet. I might ask that maybe they consider to look at any terraces with the fences or anything like that. I don't know the relationship of the parapet to the roof, you know, how much it sets down to the roof from the parapet. But if they could hold back some of the terraces even a little bit, that might help neighbors not feeling like somebody's standing right at the edge, you know, looming at their house, particularly on the corner that's adjacent to the residents that we heard testimony from. There's a terrace off of that bedroom one. Maybe that could be reduced or moved or adjusted to be a setback slightly, so it doesn't have so much of a frontage in relationship to the homes. As well, depending on what the railing height is. But staff should look at that with the applicants when they detail it, because I don't think it shows really in our elevations that we have in the drawings. I do think the hand drawings are beautiful. It would be nice to have, and I'm glad there's a graphic scale in here, but it would be nice to have on the plans some dimensions on the plans, and certainly the model that we have is really effective and a nice sort of high low tech by photographing it way to give a perception. Although it'd be nice to even get down a little bit lower, because I agree with Matt that you when you're in this space, you're more about the two walls that are inside of you and the sort of at grade experience. And you have to have a long view. You'd have to be all the way down at the end of if you go down F Terrace Street and look down, if you're, you know, right where you turn in off of E Street, you will see that addition as you're walking down, but I don't think it'll dominate, and I don't think it will dominate over Christchurch. Christchurch is much taller.
Right.
By the way, I appreciate the care that's been given to draw the context. We so often get projects where people don't do that, and it's very helpful.
Yes, agree. All right. Any other comments? If not, we've had a motion and a second, so I'll ask that all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Anyone oppose? Great. So the motion carries. Thank you. We're ready to proceed with our next application in the Cleveland Park Historic District at 3432 Ashley Terrace. Is staff ready to make your presentation?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. This is Todd Jones. Could we advance to the first slide? Okay. The property is 3432 Ashley Terrace Northwest. It is a classically inspired 2.5-story house designed by Robert Head in 1899. One of the building's most character-defining features is the front porch, which incorporated double and triple columns on the first and second floors. The columns can be seen in the historical image at left, taken around 1900, when Ashley Terrace was still without heavy tree cover. Notice how essential the column pairings are towards creating the building's unique presence on the street, which is atop a hill. The photo at right from 2022 gives a close-up of some of the historic corner columns. Next slide, please. The case before you today is the result of ongoing enforcement actions In 2022, all 25 of the original front porch columns were removed, which went beyond the scope of an alteration permit that had been previously approved. The images before you are taken from the 2022 permit plans, which clearly shows that the distinctive double and triple columns on both the first and second floors were to remain. The original columns are marked by the red arrows and brackets at left. Repairs and in-kind replacements were allowed, but the total number of columns was to remain at the original 25 and in the original Ionic style. Next slide, please. As seen in this image from 2023, the original 25 Ionic columns were replaced with 18 Tuscan columns. This includes 14 on the first floor and 4 on the second floor. Enforcement action was immediately taken. The plans before you today are the proposed corrective actions. The proposal is to replace only the capitals of the currently existing Tuscan columns to be closer to the original. The proposal does not include bringing the total number of columns back to 25. Next slide, please. HPO recommends that the board find the project to be incompatible and inconsistent with the purposes of the Preservation Act. As seen in this comparison, the visual change in the number of columns, particularly on the porch corners, is dramatic and fundamentally alters the building's character and feeling. HPO recommends that a compatible treatment would be to return the columns to their original number and capital designs. Thank you, and I'll now turn over to the applicant. The applicant has chosen not to provide their own slides.
Should I speak?
Yes,
Okay.
that was your cue.
Sorry? Sorry, did you say yes? Go ahead.
I said that was your cue. Yes, Todd's saying he's turning it over to you. Yes.
Okay. So I think you have the permit application. I don't have any slides, but what we are requesting to do is replace the 18 columns with Tuscan capitals, which are in place on the porch today, with 18 columns with Scamozzi capitals. And I'll just sort of set the table to on the kind of peripatetic history here, because I think you've seen, well, we've submitted 2 versions of the drawings. So we purchased the house in November 2021 and started construction in August 2022. It has been an enormous project, and basically no part of the house was untouched, given for 50+ years of deferred maintenance. We have taken painstaking care to respect the house and its historical integrity, including restoring the 5 fireplaces and their original mantles, the original staircase, all salvageable original windows and other features. We did not originally intend to rebuild the porch, but it was the last in a long line of unhappy surprises. So we were told by the builder and the architect last winter that it was so rotted and infested with invasive plant growth that it was beyond repair and needed to be completely rebuilt. So in connection with that reconstruction, we used columns with Tuscan capitals matching the original capitals on the back of the house rather than the Ionic non-original columns that had been in place. So that was completed in the late spring timeframe. In September, the construction was complete. The house passed all inspections, including historic, and the permits were closed. A day or so later, we received some outreach from Lisa McHale with the L'Enfant Trust, raising issues with the porch. She said that we didn't request and receive the required consents. We have a disagreement with her about whether the easement that the L'Enfant Trust has actually requires consent from the trust for these changes, based on the fact that they're architecturally consistent, that they were related to destruction of the building, meaning the rot and the invasive plant growth, and because they preserve the essential appearance of the facade. In any event, as I understand it, she registered an objection with the board. I received the notice of violation. I was displeased about that and had a conversation with Mr. Calcott at the time, who generally demurred, but said that my issue is that I varied from the permit and that I need a permit that matches perfectly the current condition of the house. So that's the first permit I applied for. That's why you have that first version of the drawing, which shows the Tuscan capitals. Right after that, Lisa McHale had a lawyer write a series of letters threatening to sue me. As her lawyer said in conversations with him, this is existential for her. She wants the Scamozzi capitals. So in order to avoid litigation, I agreed to change the capitals. That's why you now have the second version of the drawings, which show the Scamozzi capitals. So what we're proposing to do is to replace the column so that they have the Scamozzi capitals to avoid the litigation. I don't, from the discussion that Mr. Jones just had, it sounds like it's not clear to me whether Ionic capitals are different from Scamozzi capitals. So I'm not sure how to resolve that. But that's the request, and that satisfies the trust.
Okay, can I just ask a question?
Sure.
Why are you replacing the existing columns with fewer columns? I mean, I think that's one of the issues raised by staff.
Well, we didn't, I mean, in part it was a cost issue, in part it was an aesthetics issue. Our architect advised that that is architecturally correct. And so, that's why.
I'm not sure what architecturally correct means, given that it wasn't what was originally there. So is
I mean, architecturally correct in the sense of how the proportions work. And I mean, I'm not an architect, but that was the discussion.
Yeah, that it still doesn't make sense to me, but that's okay. Thanks for trying to fill in his thinking. I don't agree with it, but
Okay, well, maybe can you help me understand what's architecturally incorrect about it? I know your point is that it's not how it was originally, but what's the architectural error there? Just so
it completely looks unbalanced and not proportionally correct. So the opposite, my perspective is the opposite of what your architect has relayed. And I think we'll hear more from other board members. In fact, I see Matt has turned his camera on, so I suspect you want to say something.
Well, I think it's important to understand the original, first of all. Second of all, which had an intent.
What's
Second
the law?
of all,
right.
That's
Yes.
the law, right? First and second of all, there clearly what the architect was dealing with in the original was the weight of the entablature, the horizontal piece above the columns. And when you look at what is being proposed compared to what was original, one of the things you understand right away is that the architect compensated for the weight of the entablature by grouping the columns to provide more both literal and visual support to this very heavy entablature. It is something you see in the work of McKim, Mead and White. It is something you see in the work of many classical architects of this period. So I know you're not an architect, you're not a historian, but it's a rather easy call here, I have to say. It is not something, what you see on the right is something what you see in bad suburban houses, trying to kind of look classical, and somebody goes to Home Depot and buys a column and sticks it on there. The architects who did these buildings had a very keen sense of proportion and visual sort of sensibilities about the relative weight of things and the relationship of columns to entablatures. Now, that's a very big entablature on top of those columns, and that's one of the issues here with this house, is that when the columns get grouped, instead of putting one massive column there to be the same width as the original ones, what they did, which would have been out of proportion relative to the height of the porch, because there is you don't know this, but there is a proportionality of columns and capitals and entablatures and all different pieces of a column that go with the height of the column. It's based on the height of the column and the diameter of it. And if you want to school yourself on this, there's a very easy book to get called The American Vignola that talks about all these things.
Sorry, can you say one more time? The American what?
The American Vignola by William Ware, W-A-R-E, and it talks about all these proportional things. But what I think what the architect was doing here was, instead of making one big massive column, which would have been a fat, squat, Tuscan column there would not have gone with the house. So what he did was he grouped them in a way that the proportions of the individual column related to the height of the column, or the distance between the bottom of the entablature and the porch. And by grouping them, he was able to avoid having a big fat one column. That's what's going on here. And it is simply, I don't even think we should discuss this. This is, the stuff on the right is so wrong. It's just so obvious,
Right.
to tell you the truth.
Right.
So the issue, the issue is that the original 24 columns, that's the problem, not that there's a problem with the Scamozzi columns.
Well, I can't quite see the column capitals of the Scamozzi columns. They look like Ionic columns to
do.
me, in as much as I can see.
Scamozzi is a version of Ionic.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
it is.
they probably are. They may well be compatible there. I can't. It's a little hard to tell, but it is. That's one
Well,
issue.
I mean, I put in an actual
detail?
that we're proposing. That's submitted with the drawings that I provided to the board, but.
I mean, the
Can we
real,
flip to that? Can we flip to that, please?
the real issue here, though, I think, is the number of columns and the way the corners have been treated.
Yeah, so I will tell you, my purpose here is to avoid getting sued by the L'Enfant Trust. So I don't have some kind of existential attachment to the number of columns. I do want clarity as to, because there seems to be some conflict.
The clarity is, ma'am, that the preservation law states that with the historical condition that you have on your house with the multiple columns, should you choose to replace or repair them, you need to replace them in kind to recreate the existing condition.
Right.
And that is due to the number and the proportion and the detail of them.
Right, well,
There are
the columns that you're
I'm sorry, I'm
looking
not done
at-
speaking. I'm not done speaking yet. There are professionals that can identify those for you and do measurements to tell you, identify what kind of columns you have exactly, and can identify the proportion and make recommendations to you on where you could have them. But that's the preservation law, is that you can't improve upon what you think an architect might have done or should have done or could have done. It's not about right, but it's about preserving the historical context within the compatibility of your building itself and the landmark district in which it sits.
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I do want to point out that I would like to get some clarity on whether the version that I submitted would satisfy the board, because these are not original columns. The columns that you're looking at in this photo are not original to the house. And I mean, maybe you will disagree with my architect on that as well. Patrick Cook with Thompson and Cook, but his view is that so the columns were non-uniform and non-original, the ones that were in place. So I think it's clear from the historical photo that they were, that they had the whatever those things are called at the top of them. The L'Enfant Trust has said that they have to be Scamozzi, but what I don't want to do is replace these and then have a litigation problem again.
My understanding is that there is a wide selection of things in the marketplace that could be studied to put the correct column in there. It's not simply a matter of the Scamozzi column or not the Scamozzi column. I think it's a matter of understanding what was there as best you can from the historical documents, and making a selection based upon that, or as close to that as you can possibly be, and working with our staff to make sure that the diameter of the column and the style of the capital and the way the railing works and all that stuff is compatible with the design of the building.
Great. Yeah, I agree. This is pretty straightforward from our perspective. And so that would be the path forward. So what I'll say is, we can make a motion here to support the staff report. which gives you that guidance. And then you can go back and work with staff,
Okay, that sounds good.
make the necessary revisions.
Monique, I just wanted to point out, we did not preload the applicant's submission. They chose not to give us the slides, so we put together these. And so you see the historic, the photograph on the right here is before work began. And in the box is the Scamozzi Capitol that is being proposed. And it's very similar.
It looks like it.
Yeah, the volutes are at 90 degrees to the column, to the column itself. Has very similar sort of egg motif in the center. It's shown here on a fluted column, but that's not what's being proposed, just the Capitol here. So I think that the Scamozzi Capitol that's shown in the applicant's submission is very similar to what the historic condition was. It's just the number of columns that is the issue at this point.
Yeah.
My sense too is it looks better with more columns and you'll be happier.
Yeah, that's fine. So in terms of next steps, can I just send an email supplementing the prior application?
You should work with staff on that part.
Okay.
Yeah. So once we conclude, you can continue to work with staff and they'll guide you on your next steps. But the board is going to conclude that you need to produce revised drawings that replicate what was here previously based on what you can deduce from this historic photo.
Well, it sounds like I don't need to produce new drawings. I just need to go back to the original drawings.
Yes.
They're already
if you
approved.
had those.
So
Yes.
I need another, but do I still need another permit, or now is it?
You can work with staff on that part.
We'll work with you on that.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to make a motion that we support the staff report. Okay, any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone oppose? All right, then the motion carries. Thank you. We're going to move to our last application before our lunch break. In Cleveland Park Historic District at 3408 Rodman Street. Staff ready?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. This is Todd Jones. The property is 3408 Rodman Street Northwest. The concept is for construction of a new two-story rear addition to a circa 1915 single-family detached house. The new addition will extend approximately 18 feet behind the existing house. This includes a covered porch that will be located at the rear. The addition will be slightly lower and narrower than the original historic house and will be the same width as a previously constructed addition. The side walls of the addition will be on different planes of the historic house to emphasize the contrast, so the original historic form will be retained and easily recognized. The addition's materials, fenestration, and detailing are in keeping with the existing house's arts and crafts influences, so any portions that might be visible will not be distractingly noticeable. However, since the addition is located far in the rear and the neighboring houses are spaced close at only about 13 feet apart, potential visibility will be minimal. The board has approved similar rear additions in the past, including at nearby 3410 Rodman Street in 2021. And that addition was of very similar size as this one. In summary, HPO recommends the board find the project compatible with the Cleveland Park Historic District and delegate authority to staff. Thank you, and I'll turn it over to the applicant for more details about the project.
Is the applicant ready? If you're speaking, we can't hear you.
This is John McIntyre. I'm the homeowner. The the architect should be on. I think he was. Oh, he's on now. Yeah, I think he's Michael Rouse is ready to go.
Thanks, John. Madam Chair and members of the board, thank you for this opportunity to present to you an addition on the back of the house at 3408 Macomb Street. Little bit of history on 3408 plus its neighbors along Rodman Street. The house is 1916 and is one of a row of 8 houses along there that are in pretty modest size. The footprints, range around 800 square feet from the original house. You just heard from John McIntyre, owner of the property, along with his wife, and they have 2 kids and are looking for a little bit more space in their home. My apologies on the drawings. I know they're a little bit hard to see on the screen, but I'm going to walk through the site plan at this moment. The original house is that existing 2-story frame residence, the rectangle you see in the center. And then along the back, there was more than likely an original porch that, with a previous addition that was reviewed by staff in December of 2016, took over that existing porch and created interior space. Part of that addition also created a small bump on the west side of the existing house. Our proposal is to do a 2-story addition, taking a portion of that first floor addition and building over it and out. And you can see that with a darker square. Obviously, this plan is showing the relationship of we're keeping a portion of the old first floor and then going out in the new darker gray. Mostly every house, maybe except for one of that 8, has had an addition put on the back. Some of them range from the small sleeping porches that get infilled to create bonus little rooms for the bedrooms, to new contemporary additions that house modern kitchens and dining rooms and family spaces. And we can go to the next slide, please. One thing I do want to mention is the house does sit up from the street. And that's, if we go back one slide, my apologies, the photo in the bottom left-hand corner shows that the house is about the first floor of it, about 7 feet above the sidewalk. So in thinking about this addition and the views from the street, that perspective is going to help mitigate some of that. Next slide, please. This is the existing basement on the right-hand side and the proposed basement on the left. The only work that we're doing to the basement is to add an areaway for access and also egress on the existing portion of the house, and that's going to be in the east yard. One thing to note here, we do have a lot of trees that you can see with the circles on the plan representing the trees. Some of them are rather close to the addition, so we are actually building this addition up on piers to limit our damage to any roots that are existing. Next slide, please. On the right, we have the existing first floor, and you can see that existing addition bump on the right-hand side, and then the existing space at the back, the butler's pantry and the powder room, which we are keeping. There was an existing deck that was several feet, perhaps 3 feet above grade, that is being removed. What we're proposing to do is to add on a family room at this level and also step that family room down. So that way, when we go to the outside and step down onto our deck is a little bit closer to grade and not as massive in the backyard. We are aligning the east wall of the family room and the addition with the existing wall of that first floor addition. So that powder room wall will continue out. But on the west wall, we did not match the bump out addition on the west side, but instead placed that wall 18 inches in from the original historic massing of the existing house. Next slide, please. Here we can see that we are removing on the right-hand side, we've got an existing kind of sleeping porch that will be removed, as well as some of the existing roofing for that addition below. And we are basically creating the second floor addition coming straight out with a little bump on the back that creates a porch below. One thing to note here, the main mass of the addition actually does set back from its neighbor to the west, which was the previously approved project by about 3.5 feet. And then of course that bump that creates that covered porch comes out as well. So excuse me, it's actually 4.5 feet, and the porch itself is a foot behind the neighbor to the west. Next slide, I believe, is the roof plan. correct. We are, for the massing, we have decided to maintain the hip roof. That way tying it into the existing architecture of the house. But with the walls coming in from the sides and the hipped roof, that actually does lower our ridge height. So this roof massing is lower slightly than the existing massing. We are proposing a skylight in one of the new spaces that would be set back and likely not visible from the street. Next slide, please. This slide shows the before and afters on the elevations. Starting in the upper left-hand corner is the existing south rear elevation, where you can see the, for lack of a better term, kind of hodgepodge of the existing porch and the sleeping porch being infilled, and then this bay addition that kind of wraps the corner. While that interior space is remaining, this massing is going to be changed into what you see below, which is, again, the hipped roof mass coming off, covered porch with a kind of faux bay window, I'd say, for the master bedroom. One of the other things we wanted to do was kind of pay homage to kind of those existing sleeping porches. And so at the right-hand corner of the south elevation and turning itself onto the east elevation, you can begin to see this kind of very contemporary interpretation of paneling, double hung windows, transoms. So something that's clearly contemporary enough today and separates itself from the historic nature of the house. The east elevation also does show the painted metal railing that'll be around the areaway leading down into the basement. Next slide, please. Again, on the west side, so below we have the existing where we kind of have a mixture of massings, creating that kitchen bump plus the sleeping bay beyond. And then you see with the new addition, that being set back again 18 inches from the existing west wall, and how that elevation comes around. I think it helps to minimize kind of that kitchen bay bump. All right, the next slide, please. The next slide does show the existing front elevation of the house. We are not proposing any changes there, so that's remaining, but it does show you the kind of areaway just kind of peeking around, and then some 3D images just to give you a sense of the massing. Next slide, please. Just to review kind of what's in the file for you, we did receive 4 neighbor letters in full support. 2 direct neighbors, 3406 and 3410 to the east and west, and then 2 neighbors to the south across the alley at 3417 and 19 Quebec Street. I believe there was 3421 did submit a letter. I just received it this morning myself, not supporting the project. And so I'm happy to talk more about that if needed. We did meet with the Cleveland Park Historic Architectural Review Committee on February 12th, and I've placed a quotation there that they had no objection to the proposal and commended the quality of the design and the presentation. They felt that the proposal was respectful to the historic district and to the original house, and that motion passed unanimously. And then on February 20th, the ANC 3C also had no objection to the project. We feel that the addition is definitely in keeping with the guidelines as set out by district law. Clearly, historic preservation allows for new contemporary uses with existing buildings as long as it's done in a sensitive way. And both the owners and myself feel that this addition does just that. We would ask that the board support the letter from the staff fully. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, great, thank you. Any questions from the board at this time? We do have the neighbor that you mentioned, Ms. Jorgensen, who submitted a letter on the line as well to testify. So we can hear from Ms. Jorgensen and then come back to the applicant for a response.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Lenise Jorgensen. My husband and I live at 3421 across the alley from the property we're discussing. In fact, I can see it quite plainly from where I am on this phone call. We are, I'm glad you pointed out the very unusual nature of the houses on this block. They were built before World War II for civil servants who were working at the Bureau of Labor Standards. It's quite a unique block, and it's very modest houses of modest size. And so, you know, let's start here though with the fact that we're honored to have these homeowners as our neighbors. They're a great family, and we fully support the modest modernization of historic homes in this block. But we're writing to raise concerns about the proposed addition. In many ways, it's very tastefully designed, but we think that it could be a bit smaller to further respect the concept of diminished massing. I mean, we don't want these houses to just become gargantuan properties. That would take away from the historical nature of the neighborhood. One thing I would point out is the documents that were submitted to the HPRB don't really reflect the true measurement comparisons. In fact, the true measurement comparison should be made not between the existing house, which the document cited, but the original house. If massing is to be considered as a principle of historic preservation, the comparison has to be made with the original home. And that bump out that we're talking about to the west was something that was added, as I understand it, without going through the proposal process. And as a matter of fact, it actually was not consistent with the guidelines, because you can see it very plainly from the street, as Mr. Rouse has pointed out. So the point I'm making here about the math is that you really have to, when you look at the massing on this property, you have to look at the entirety of all the additions that have been made to the original house. And that it's somewhat disingenuous to say that it only adds 300 square feet to the existing house and therefore increases mass by only 27%. In fact, if you compare the cumulative nature of the additions, it comes to approximately 54% of the original house, which is substantial. And I noticed that the east wall of the second floor is really flat on plane with that wall, so it is not commonly tucked in a symmetrical way like many of the additions are. Because if we didn't consider all the additions here, there would be a perverse incentive to just continually increase the sizes of these houses. I also wanted to remind the board about when you look at massing on historical homes, you have to consider the visual relationships to other homes in the nearby environment. And you've gotten into that a little bit. Comparison of a proposed addition to one house, only one house, is not controlling. The key consideration for historical preservation purposes is that it fit into its environment in the context and character of the neighborhood. One of the other things that increase the perception of massing is the wraparound style of that bump out that we're talking about. Eliminated many of the historical features of the rear of the home, and that added to a perception of massing. Eliminating the dormer, while the roof is stepped down, and we appreciate that, eliminating the dormer creates a block-like look to the rear of the property, which also makes it visually more of a massive addition. We would like to ask that the owners preserve the dormers, not only because of their character, but also it breaks up the massing effect of the massive roof. Additions that I'm aware of that comply with the guidelines are the easy to distinguish from the original. That gets a little harder here because the previously unapproved addition, I think if you were to try to remove this from the house, it's not sufficiently distinct. And that's one of the characteristics it's supposed to have. The two-car garage is not something that they've asked to be changed, but it is also something in the general context that contributes to massing. And so we would ask that the HPRB, the oversight that the HPRB provides is really the only check and the only stop on development in historic neighborhoods that would seek to add larger and larger additions to their properties. And we would respectfully request that the HPRB, I don't know if you would delay the approval or if you have to deny this proposal and start again, but I would ask that you please deny this proposal and take a closer look at what they might do to minimize the massing effect of the new addition. In so many ways, it's a very tastefully done addition, and we compliment our neighbors and their architect who've chosen some very tasteful and lovely materials. But we would like to make a point that, with the exception of one house, this is not as modest as the majority of the other additions. That's all I have today.
All right, thank you. Do board members have questions for Ms. Jorgensen?
Marnie, would it be appropriate for me to ask a question of staff relevant to the testimony?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Yes.
just pursuant to the statement that there was a previous edition that didn't undergo HPRB review, I wonder if it's possible that that edition occurred before the historic district was designated?
I think the applicant wants to speak to that.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
I can speak to that. I have an email from my client, and actually it was beg your pardon. In December of 2016, this project went before staff review, and Mr. Calcott, I believe, was the reviewer. We received an email. The architect at the time received an email saying from Steve that project, because of its limited nature and size, could go through staff review. So this is not an illegal or unreviewed addition. It was permitted. It was reviewed by HPRB.
Okay, that was my understanding, but
Okay.
nevertheless, even when you have staff review, it's supposed to conform with the guidelines, and something that sticks out 4 feet invisible.
Excuse me, Ms. Jorgensen. We're not having a discussion, the
Oh, okay.
proper
I'm sorry.
procedure, and I'm just letting you know, because I assume you don't know this, but we give you an opportunity to speak.
Oh, okay.
And then unless there are questions for you, your time is up. And then we turn back to the applicant for their comments, but there isn't discussion.
I do have a question. And my question is, when something goes through staff review, what if staff is wrong? Because it did stick out 4 feet and was clearly visible from the street.
That is not the case before us. So, but the questions that I'm speaking of are for the board.
Okay.
And so we appreciate your testimony today. And now turn to the applicant for their comments.
Yeah, thank you. I do have a couple of comments. So one thing I do want to make straight is that the site plan is accurate. I just want to make sure that that's clear to the size of the existing house and to the addition. The way that my office and most zoning reviewers like to see it is the existing footprint being noted as light gray, the newer being, an addition. The guidelines state that the massing has to be, compatible and diminished. The choice of a hip roof was one that was taken because it diminishes massing. We did not do a gable. We did not do a flat roof. And so, I think any of those would have made this addition feel even more blocky. There's a reason why we pulled out the master bedroom slightly to create a bay and a porch, because that's important to provide, to break the massing down. The fenestration, I think, breaks it down. The materials break it down. So I think we've done a lot in order to do that. The previous, the application to the west that you guys saw in 2021, that project is larger than this project. That project had a square footage of 1312. We're at 1230. So we're smaller than the neighbor. We're not creating a pop back issue here. And I think a lot of the comments are more related to zoning and the regulation of massing in that regard. I think what we have done for this property and for this house is completely appropriate to the guidelines. And again, I would ask the board to support the letter from staff in that regard.
All right, thank you. Are there, and thank you, Ms. Jorgensen, for your testimony today. We appreciate your time. Do board members have any questions? Okay. There are no further, there's no further testimony today. That was the only person we had registered to speak. And the applicant has pointed out the other letters that are in the file. So with that, then the board should be ready to deliberate. And so I'll ask, this is just an opportunity for the board to speak in deliberation. There are no comments from others at this time. So I'll ask board members to turn on your cameras. And would anyone like to start?
Sure. I can go ahead. I generally have no comments. I find the addition to be very compatible. I support the staff report as written.
Okay.
I do too.
Me too.
Okay.
Before.
All right. Then I'm going to make a motion to support the staff report and ask for a second.
Second.
Okay, thanks, Gretchen. Any further discussion? Then all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Great, then the motion carries. Thank you everyone for your participation today. We've reached our lunch break. And so we're gonna break. It's now 12:24. We are not too far behind schedule, just about 10 minutes behind schedule. So do we still want to come back at 12:45? Or do we need more time? 12:45? A little more. Okay. So then let's say we'll come back at 1. I can't hear you.
Me, unless others are wanting to come back sooner.
Okay. And I know we have Bill is not going to be able to join us this afternoon. So
That's correct. But yeah, thanks everyone. I'll see you next week.
all right. Thank you, Bill.
Thanks, Bill.
Welcome.
All right.
Thanks very much.
All right. So we will come back at 1 for the rest of our hearings for the day. We have 3 this afternoon. We'll see you then.
Okay, see you all at 1.
See you at 1.
All right, good afternoon. We are now ready to resume our afternoon hearings. The first for this afternoon is in St. Elizabeth's Historic District at 2700 MLK Avenue Southeast. Tim, are you ready to make your presentation?
Madam Chair, I certainly am. This is Tim Dene for the staff. Mr. Colcott, if you might just put it on the existing aerial photo, just to get a sense of the site plan, that would be great. That's the next thing, I think. Next, yeah, thanks. Well, this should be quick. While the new members may not have seen the proposal before, in October 2022, the board approved the concept of moving Building 88, the Blackburn Laboratory, to the west of its present location in order to make room between it and Building 89, so that Sycamore Drive could be extended northward in fulfillment of the master plan scheme for the roads. The board found this to be a sufficiently compatible alteration, but the reason we are discussing it again today is that the board at that time asked the applicant to study the project further for a report as to alternatives and how to move the building. You now have a report. The report, however, again poses the alternatives of moving the entire T-plan building or moving just the main front bar with the rear wing to remain in place and to be reattached in what would become an L-shaped plan. The board supported the so-called option T, that is to retain the historic plan and move the building in its entirety rather than option L. And the present report offers no compelling reason to reconsider that position. Both options necessitate severing and then reattaching the rear wing. And it's true that moving the rear wing will require needling temporary structure into the operating room space, but leaving the rear wing in situ is more of a threat to it because the road widening would entail the demolition of the east end of that section of the building. So there's really no contest between the options, and the applicant has not expressed a preference between them. So we think that the answer is option T, moving the building in its entirety and retaining its plan, as the board previously supported. The unresolved questions were raised in the 2022 staff report. At the permit level, they would be, what is the exact extent of demolition and the manner of reconstruction, particularly at the basement and at the reattachment of the rear wing? And how exactly would it sit on the finished grade, which is hinted at in the perspectives? So with that, I will turn it over to the applicant.
Good afternoon. My name is, good afternoon, members of the Historic Preservation Review Board and staff. My name is Latrina Owens, Executive Director of the St. Elizabeth's East Redevelopment Project within the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development. The Deputy Mayor's Office is charged with overseeing the transformation of the historic St. Elizabeth East Campus. Today, we are here to talk about the relocation of the historic Building 88, the Dr. Isaac Wright Blackburn Building. Building 88 is situated on the north side of Sycamore Street, adjacent to Building 89, with both buildings connected by a masonry corridor. The relocation of the building was approved and deemed necessary as part of the Section 106 Memorandum Agreement process during the 2012 environmental assessment for the East Campus redevelopment to extend Sycamore Street northward and complete the campus transportation network. The relocation of the Blackburn building is imperative as it currently sits within the right-of-way of Sycamore Street and should be relocated before construction begins. The relocation process must undergo review by Historic Preservation Review Board, which brings us here today. In October 2022, we presented a concept that would preserve the rear wing in its current position with plans to reattach the building in the L-shaped configuration. However, the board assessed this concept and unanimously recommended maintaining the building's historic T-shaped layout. In December 2023, EHT Traceries conducted a feasibility study concluding that relocating the building is viable while preserving its historic T-shaped layout. Today, I'm accompanied by Kim Dayleader from Traceries to offer further insight, if required, regarding the relocation of Building 88 in the T-shaped configuration. Additionally, we will provide the detailed construction drawings once they are finalized. So thank you for allowing the opportunity to testify, and please let us know if you have any questions.
All right, great.
Are you able to just flip to the last slide to show the building in its T-shaped configuration? Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Latrina. Great to see you today.
Likewise.
Does the board have any questions? Any questions?
Not initially.
Okay, all right. There's not much more to this. This is pretty straightforward. I don't know if, did Kim Dayleader want to say anything or present anything on this?
No, I'm just here to answer any questions if someone had about the feasibility study, but I agree. I think it's pretty straightforward and the best preservation approach.
Okay. All right. And this is consistent with what the board asked for the last time it came before us. So it's great to see that this was feasible. So if there are no other questions, this would conclude our hearing. So I just want to open it up to board members if there are any at this time. If not, I'm going to make a motion to support the staff report.
I'll second it.
Okay. The motion's been made and seconded. Is there any further discussion? All right. Then all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All right. Okay. Anyone opposed? Great. So the motion carries. Thank you all. We appreciate
very
having
much.
this come back to us.
Hopefully all my next projects will be this quick.
Right? Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
It's because Latrina sets it up so well. She does a great job at St. Elizabeth's.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate the
Absolutely.
compliment.
Yes.
It's a hard
Thank
job,
you.
Latrina. You've done a great job keeping it moving over there.
All right. So we're ready to move to our next application in the Foggy Bottom Historic District at 2510 Ive Street Northwest. Is staff ready?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tim Dene again for the staff. The applicant here proposes a 3-story, semi-detached, 2-unit residence, the full width of the now vacant lot. It would have a front basement entrance, a roof deck, an elevator, a rear patio, and a parking pad off the alley at rear. While it may make more sense to set back a new house to the depth of the row to which it would be attached, which is in this case 2512 to 2528 I Street to the west of the property, it's hard to argue here that the proposed lack of a setback is incompatible with the character of the historic district because a 0 lot line condition is predominates in Foggy Bottom, and because a previous house stood on this lot at the front property line from the 1880s to the 1950s. But we do raise some issues with the proposal. First, it has to be worked out where the utility meters would go. Again, with the house stretching the full width of the lot and up at the front lot line with basement entrance, etc., it's difficult to conceal meters, and we're particularly interested in utility meters. As we said, this is 2 units. It's billed as an accessory unit, so it might be able to get away with a single electrical meter. But if that somehow becomes not the case, that we have separate meters, that would become a problem because, as you know, you have very large cabinets resulting to accommodate the separate meters and their cutoffs and some distance between them. The second issue is that a whitish brick is proposed, and we believe that to be incompatible with the character, the red brick character of this district, the many painted houses therein notwithstanding. And finally, the literally largest issue is the third story that is proposed. We do not believe it's compatible with this context. There are some three-story buildings in the district, but two-story row houses predominate. In fact, some of the houses that more or less appear as 3 stories actually have had their basements excavated down. In fact, all but one of the historic buildings on Square 17, the subject square, and 16, the square that faces it across I Street, were erected at 2 stories height. With regard to existing buildings, the board has generally not approved additional stories in Foggy Bottom, with a few exceptions that we admit now serve as cautionary tales. On this street face, there are a few roof additions that began in the 1990s that were intended to be invisible or nearly so, but failed in that regard, despite the fact that they were actually placed deeper on the lots or on the houses than this one is. The last such addition approved by the board in 2012 is next door at 2512 I Street, at which the additional floor is entirely behind the main block. But even in that case, all such attempts have been failures from our point of view, in the sense that the setback additions and the resultant odd massing of the houses remain visible from the street. And in this case, although the new construction would help mask the addition on 2512I from some perspectives, its own third floor, with its distinct wall material and the unusual massing created, would be prominently visible over 2512 from the northwest. It's a problem in itself, and we also feel it would encourage further applications for additional stories. So for those reasons, the Historic Preservation Office recommends that the board support a concept for a house of 2 stories here, as compatible with the character of the historic district and sufficiently retentive of the immediate context, character, conditioned upon eliminating the third floor, reconsidering the type and color of brick, and concealing utility meters from public view. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Tim. Is the applicant ready to present? Don't hear you yet. If you're speaking, you're muted.
Madam Chair, I don't see Mr. Tace on the line.
Huh, that's unusual. Okay. Huh.
We are a few minutes early for this
I
case.
guess so, yeah, because the last one went so quickly. How early are we?
About 15 minutes. We tell people to be on at least 15 minutes in advance.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I think in some ways this is also pretty straightforward.
I just emailed the applicants. I don't know what good it'll do, but we'll see.
Okay. We'll give them a few minutes.
I do see the applicant on for the next case, just in case.
Mhm. Would it make sense to go to that one and come back to this? We'll give Mr. Chase a few more minutes. Maybe one more minute.
Emily, is everyone from your team available? I just had you and Max Cutler down.
I can't hear you.
Maybe Emily's on, but not paying
Yeah,
attention.
not on, fully on yet. Okay. Alright. Yeah, this is the drawback of being ahead of schedule.
Another thought, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, is the chairman has the discretion to take people out of out of turn relative to the order specified in the regulations for good cause.
Sure.
If you want to hear from, I think we have several public testimony from several residents of the area. If you want to take them first to fill the time, I don't know.
Sure. I thought about that, but I wasn't sure if that would throw off the applicant.
Yeah, I know,
not
that's a
necessarily
great point.
hearing.
It's a great point.
We only have one though, unless you have others. I have Frank Leone, who I see is on. Were there others?
The others may just be witnessing it,
Okay.
watching it. Yeah, thanks.
Mhm. Okay. Well, since Mr. Leone is on, we'll allow him to speak now.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Thank you so much. My name is Frank Leone. I'm a resident of the Foggy Bottom Historic District and co-chair of the Foggy Bottom Association History Project. And I submitted a letter, so I'll be very brief. I agree with the excellent HPO staff report and oppose the third story of the proposed building. The Foggy Bottom Historic District is a very small area consisting of parts of 4 blocks. Nearly all the contributing properties are 2-story row houses, and many of these row houses housed working class African American and Irish and German immigrants. And so the scale of the district, the fact that these are small houses, is really important to the whole reason why the district exists. And so for the past 20 years, at least, this board has typically rejected attempts to add 2 third stories to the district row houses, finding that such third stories are not compatible with the historic district and therefore not permitted under DC preservation law. Now, the proposed building at 2510 is a new building, not an addition, but I think the same general principle should apply in this historic district. The board properly limited a new house at 99 Used Muse to 2 stories in 2001. Because of the small size of the district, there haven't been too many new houses suggested, nor are there likely to be. But placing a new 3-story building in a row of 100-plus-year-old 2-story row houses is not compatible with the historic district, especially in this case, where the addition will be prominently visible from the street. So the historic district was created in 1986 in response to efforts to add pop-ups, third stories, and roof additions to historic buildings. We appreciate the HPRB's actions in generally rejecting such requests, and we ask that you make it clear that a 2-story house in Foggy Bottom should stay a 2-story house, and new construction should respect that rule. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Leone. Tim, do we have the applicant yet?
I do not see the applicant, the architect agent or the property owner.
Okay, we'll give them until 1:30, certainly. But if they're still not on, then the board will deliberate. All right. I still don't see anyone from Taste Warren, but are there others, Tim?
Not that I'm aware of. It's the architect is the applicant, and
Okay.
I believe it's Mr. Sulakoiki is the owner or contract purchaser.
Got it. Okay. Then, unless other board members have other thoughts they'd like to share, I'm gonna make a motion that we support the staff report. I think that, okay, perfect.
Madam Chair, this is Ann Brockett. Mr.
Ann.
Taste just showed up on the attendees list. I'm going to
Okay.
transfer him over to a panelist so he can unmute. He should be able
Perfect.
to unmute now.
Okay. All right.
Looks like he's on and unmuted, but not yet speaking.
Yeah, that's what I see too. And
Good afternoon. Are you able to hear me?
we can now, yes.
My apologies. I've been having some technical difficulties.
No worries. So, we just to let you know where we are, we were early in our agenda, about 15 minutes early. And so we waited for a while. We heard from Mr. Frank Leone, who testified. He signed up to testify this afternoon, and I believe you are probably familiar with his testimony. It's in the file. And then we just made a motion to support the staff report, absent any one from the applicant's team, but you certainly have the opportunity to present. I think what would make sense, given you see where the board is, and you understand the recommendations that have been made by staff. So if any of those, the third story addition, the masonry color, the meters, any of those issues you're able to address as complying with staff's requests, you could go ahead and let us know that, and then maybe spend your time just addressing the things that you are not able to adhere to from the based on the staff's recommendation.
Certainly. And again, my apologies for the delay and the technical difficulty, but for the record, my name is Will Tays, the principal at Tays Warren Architects, here on behalf of the applicant, Katie Group and Aramco Development, who are the owners of the property. It sounds like the case has been presented, and there are three items, I think, in the staff report. The first was the material, and I don't think we have any issues with making the modification. The second was the areaway and the electrical meters, and the intent is to conceal those electric meters below the structures so they're not visible from the street and certainly not applied to the building. Obviously, the most contentious issue or most controversial issue might be the third floor addition. And it sounded like the board had voted to support the staff report. The staff report, my recollection is that it supports the design with the exception of the third floor. And my question, I guess, to the board is, would you consider a much reduced size addition that was not visible, particularly in the view that's on the screen here, that would permit access to a third floor roof deck, but there's no habitable space or rooms on that third floor? And I don't know if that's something that the board could address today.
I'm sure. So what you're proposing is just an enclosure for a stair that would go up to the roof?
Correct. And the notion it would be a penthouse structure, something that would really just be an enclosure for the stair to access the roof. That would certainly be much smaller than what you're seeing here. Obviously, there's details that need to be worked out in terms of what that would look like, but that is what we would like to wanted to get the board's temperature on whether or not that was something that could be approved either at a board level or at a staff level.
Sure. I think we would need to see it, but that's certainly more in line with what the board has supported historically. So, so I would say that's definitely more in line with what would be acceptable.
Can I ask a question about that? Probably to Mr. Dene, if possible.
Sure.
Yeah, Tim, so your recommendation here for the problem, or your note of the problematic nature in your view of the third floor piece is based on the building and the context, right? In other words, if the context were, if this was a new building and the context were 3 stories instead of 2 stories, would this design have a different kind of evaluation?
Well, yeah, it would. First of all, we would probably recommend a 3-story building that goes straight up. But
Or
if
even
some-
one where it varies, you know, where
yeah,
there's-
but if somebody wanted to do a setback addition on a 2-story mass between 2 3-story buildings, that would be fine too, because you don't perceive the massing when it's screened by the taller buildings either side. Unfortunately, here we have not only 2-story buildings, but setback 2-story buildings that open up
Right.
to view anything that's up there. So I think
I get it.
I think we're even careful with stair pop-ups because, you know,
Yeah.
we normally favor you know, hatch-like access to a roof deck in order to keep it low and you know, cut off the views to it.
Right, but I guess where I was going, this is a new build situation. And if the contexts were different and somebody came in and said, well, I want a 2-story building, maybe there are 3-story buildings and 2-story buildings around it. I know it's a bit of a hypothetical, but I'm just curious. If there were 2 and 3, say there was 3 stories on one side and 2 stories on the other side, and somebody came in with this exact design, you know, and the roof part, you know, as you can see in this, what's on the screen now, were visible, would we say that's not acceptable because of the type or because of the context? I'm just curious
Well,
about.
what
plays.
I would say, if it were varied, instead of having essentially a 2-story historic district, and you had a much more mixed, at least as far as the contributing buildings go, I think you might say, well, you know, we'll sort of live with the setback thing if that's where you want to go with it. But I think what we would encourage is just taking it straight up 3 stories, which makes more sense than amassing from a massing point of view, and frankly, is actually where this project started out, because I think any
Yeah, no, the logic, I'm not criticizing the logic in the report. I'm just sort of trying to understand, you know, the relationship between the new build, the context, and how we would look at this. Because somebody theoretically, if the context were different, could come in and say, well, I really want a roof porch, you know, or roof deck up here on the 3rd floor, in a new build situation where the context was less as, you know, this street is very clearly, it does have some taller buildings on it, but this side of the street is very clearly a 2-story context.
Yeah, and I think that's really the whole game right there. What is the context? It's the whole concept is sort of relational to what your context is. I mean, there's nothing per se bad in a 2-story or a 3-story or a 2.5-story building. It just depends on where you're putting it and
Yeah,
how
okay.
and how it's masked.
All right, that's helpful. Thank you.
Does that further answer your question, Will?
Yeah, no, I think that going back to the proverbial drawing board and refining a solution that would be amenable to our client, and then reviewing that with Mr. Dene, and then presenting that as an amendment or an alteration to the current application. I think that seems to be like, that's my understanding of where we are, and I think we're willing to do that.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, that concurs with where I think we are and what I would recommend moving forward. So, yeah, then we can conclude for today and have you come back to us with that proposal.
Do we maybe have a vote on it?
Okay. I'm reading your lips, Gretchen, because you're muted.
Oh, sorry. We did already have your motion And a second
That's
to
true.
support the staff report.
That is true. Yes, we did. And that is still consistent. So supporting the staff report then allows the applicant to go back and make modifications to that third story. So the motion's been made to support the staff report and seconded. If there's no further discussion, then all those in favor, say aye.
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 All right. Anyone opposed? Then the motion carries. Thank you.
Very much, and I apologize for the technical difficulty.
No worries. Glad you were able to make it on just in time. All right, so we're ready to move on to our last application. That is in LaDroit Park Historic District at 216 T Street Northwest. We'll hear from staff first. Is that Brendan? Is this you, Brendan? It looks like you're unmuted now, but we still can't hear you. Yeah, still not hearing you. Now we can see you, but we can't hear you. I see your mouth is moving. Technical difficulties all around.
It looks like your mic is unmuted, so maybe it's the microphone on your computer, Brendan.
Yeah.
See what happens when you get ahead of schedule. Throws all
I know everything gets thrown off, right? Yes. Do you want to try calling in from your phone as an alternative?
Or we could have the applicant go first and Brendan could go at the end. That gives them some time. Let's do that.
Yes. Yep.
Thumbs
Great.
up.
Yes. Great idea, Steve. So we'll turn to the applicant.
Great, thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Emily Rotman, Square 134 Architects, and I'd also like to introduce our client, Max Cutler with Cohabs.
Hey, everyone. As Emily said, my name is Max Cutler. I'm a project director with Cohabs. We are a vertically integrated owner, operator, developer that works primarily in multifamily. Our project's located at 216 T Street. We are proposing a third-story addition to an existing two-story building. And we have already met with the ZPD, ANC, and LaDroit Park Civic Association. We did receive support from the ANC. So with that, I'll turn it over to Emily to introduce our concept.
Great, thank you so much. Can we have the next slide, please? This property is located in LaDroit Park, just east of Anna Cooper Circle. Next slide. And the property was built in 1940 by Thomas Boyd, located in the LaDroit Park Historic District. This structure is a non-contributing structure because it was built after the period of significance. Next slide. These are existing photographs of the building, and as you can see, it has very simple masonry detailing, economical in its form and ornament, and it has a central entryway flanked with double hung windows on each side. Next slide. Similar to these examples, our goal is to emulate the design intent of the original architect and create a distinguished yet complementary masonry addition that's flush with the original structure. Next slide. The project is consistent with the zoning regulations, and the proposed addition will not require any zoning relief. Next slide. So here you can see both the existing site plan and proposed site plan. We do intend to build a third floor addition that aligns with the existing floors below. We're also planning to add 2 areaways for egress, and both areaways, the depth will meet the requirements to not require guardrails. There will be a portion of the third floor left open for a roof deck in the rear. Next slide. Here's the existing front facade. Again, the ornament is restricted to the colonial revival details, including the brick quoins, parapet with herringbone coursing as well. We propose 3 design options for you to review for the front elevation for the addition. So next slide. So the first option essentially replicates the existing facade where we're carrying the coins up precisely. We're also proposing a rowlock coursing to separate the second floor from the third floor to essentially imply that it was originally built as a 3-story building. Next slide. The second option approximates the coins and instead puts in masonry pilasters, where we're proposing a cast stone band to separate the second floor from the third floor to have a more distinct separation from the original facade. And next slide. The third option omits the coins entirely and proposes a stacked bond pattern for the addition to further distinguish itself from the original facade. Next slide. Here's the existing east elevation, and you can see in the outline where the adjacent neighbor is located in relation to the existing building. Next slide. And for our proposed addition, it will be essentially in line with the existing height or close to the height of the adjacent neighbor. We do intend for anywhere the east elevation is visible to be masonry, and we are proposing to switch to siding at the rear, which is not visible from the street. Next slide. This is the rear facade facing towards the parking lot and alley. Next slide. And again, because it is not visible from the street, we're proposing that this addition is siding. Next slide. For the west elevation, that does have exposure to the street. There is an existing garage at the rear, but next slide. You'll note that we are proposing that that addition remain in masonry just to continue the facade where it is visible. What you see in the back that is siding, that's tucked behind from where the roof deck is located. Next slide. And these are just the proposed demo plans. Demolition is going to be limited to just interior partitions being removed. We do intend to keep the existing floor assembly and existing structure in place. Next slide. And then these slides just illustrate the proposed plans between this slide and if you could go to the next slide. We are keeping the same number of units that's consistent with the existing certificate of occupancy. And as shown on the roof plan, our proposed location of the condensers is to reduce visibility from the street. We've placed them in a way to reduce the amount of guardrails and any exposure from the northwest corner. Next slide. And here is just a perspective view to show the difference with the existing to the proposed height. It is in line with the adjacent neighbors to the east, as well as the freestanding hip roof single-family house to the east. Next slide. And these are just showing the proposed options in perspective view to again see replicating the coins precisely, approximating the coins with brick pilasters and or the stacked bond for the third floor. And next slide. So although we're replicating the material and form of the existing building precisely, and though that's not usually the preferred approach, we appreciate that the staff report agrees that there is no additional benefit in contrasting with the existing building. Per the staff report, we understand that the facade options that approximates the coins with pilasters is preferred because it offers some subtle distinction from the original building. We look forward to the board's direction regarding the proposed one-story addition. Thank you very much for your time, and we'd like to open it up to questions.
All right, thank you. Before we take questions, let's check back in with Brendan. See if we can hear him now.
Madam Chair, I'm texting with him right now and trying to get him in.
Okay,
He is
all
having
right.
a reboot and is going to try calling in.
Okay, can you, while we wait for him, can you click through the 3 options again? Oh, even better. Great.
So I think it's option 2 is the one that that we were recommending that approximates the piers at the end without the coining, sort of a subtle distinction.
Okay.
I have a question for Ms. Rotman. Is the brick intended to match?
Yes, we do intend to replicate or find a brick with a similar texture. The existing building, as you saw from the photographs, is painted, and we do intend to paint or use a pigmented masonry stain for the entire building to have it be a uniform aesthetic.
Thank you.
And just save Brendan the trouble, the staff report is recommending approval of the concept. Since this is a non-contributing building, it's being reviewed against the principle of general compatibility with the historic district rather than impacts on this particular building. But we appreciate the applicant's intent of trying to do something that is relatively seamless and not draw a lot of attention to itself. So we think any of the options could work, but with a slight preference for option 2.
Yeah, any questions from board members? Any other questions?
It's an observation that the proportions of the building are substantially improved with an additional floor. You know.
Yes.
I agree, Matt, because I was thinking initially it would make sense to have a stronger band at the sill of the windows on the upper floor, but I think that makes it look like a squat building again.
Yeah, and I guess, I don't know, I think running the coins all the way up the side is a little bit unusual. You necessarily wouldn't have them maybe go all the way up the building. Maybe there are buildings that do that. Maybe somebody knows better than I do, but the one in the middle where they make a distinction between one part and the part above, I think is what you would more typically find.
Yeah. Agree.
You'd have a more formal cornice if you ran them all the way up, I think.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's probably true.
Makes sense. All right. Um,
Can't you do something about that crummy Home Depot entrance pediment thing? I mean, honestly.
Yes. Yeah,
looks
that was the
really
one thing that stood
cheesy.
out. Yes.
We're certainly open to recommendations. We were just trying to leave the original building in place as
Well, my own opinion would be, Emily, if you could make that entry look nicer, it would do wonders for the building. It's kind of a Velcro classicism on there.
It's a non-contributing building too, right?
we can certainly work at that at staff level for sure.
Yeah, staff can definitely help guide you on that. But yeah, thanks for that description, Matt. It's very fitting.
I think, Emily, to be clear, the reason you have that flexibility is because this is a non-contributing building. So, you know, it's not like you're preserving a contributing element and a contributing building. So you're trying to renovate this to be compatible within the historic district.
Understood. Thank you.
All right, then, given that Steve gave us a quick summary of the staff report, I'm going to make a motion that we support the staff report, which supports the concept.
Second.
Okay, thanks, Matt. Any further discussion? If not, then all those in favor say aye.
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 All right, anyone opposed? I think that's all of us. All right, so the motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very
And
much for your
you-
time.
Thanks so
Sure.
much.
Thanks.
Thank you, everyone, for your participation today. And again, welcome to our newest board members.
Yeah.
We'll see you next
Welcome,
week.
Thanks,
Patrick.
Patrick. Welcome.
Hey, good to see you again, Matt. It's been a long time. Take care, everybody.
Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye.